Hello everyone and welcome to the stream here. It is KeyForge Celebration 2024 in Roseville, Minnesota, and I'm Jeremy Clover, Marketing Coordinator for Ghost Galaxy. I hope you all are ready for a lot of fun and action here across the weekend. We're getting things kicked off here in a little bit for the last chance qualifier, the last chance for many of our fellow Archons to get a seat into the World Championships. Remember that this weekend we're going to be having not one, not two, but 3 World Championships going on across the weekend. We have the Sealed World Championships, the Alliance World Championships, as well as the Archon World Championships. And we have our winners from last year back to try and defend their title in the World Championships. We have Donut's dad for Alliance as well as Dorian for Archon, and we're going to see if they could become not just the second world champion, but the first time to repeat as world championships. Of course, last year we crowned them as the first ever KeyForge World Champion, so we're going to be seeing a lot of great action, a lot of obviously high caliber players and decks being in the field here across the weekend. Of course, none of this is possible without all of you at home who are supporting this, so thank you so much for tuning into the stream. As always, we will be trying to get community members here in the stream as the day unfolds, but of course, right now, all eyes and attention are on the last chance qualifier, so for at least the first round, maybe the first 2, you're going to be with me solo on this journey. So as always, if you guys have been with the stream and saw these streams beforehand, I always ask that you guys help our new viewers with what's going on the matches in the chat. I will, of course, be able to keep you guys up to date on as much as possible. But, of course, I am no KeyForge expert. I play, and I am fairly decent, but of course, I do not know all of these like the back of my hand like many of you guys do. So, of course, thank you all for doing and chipping in as we get this unfolded. Now, remember, with the last chance qualifier you might have seen on our website, this is the final sealed tournament for Grim Reminder. So the whole season, along with the store championships, the Vault Tour, as well as the national championships, sealed was ran under Grim Reminders, so we are capping it off with the last chance qualifier, seeing who knows the set best, who can come up with the combinations to come out on top and earn a spot in either the Sealed, Archon, or Alliance World Championships. And then on the World Championship Sealed, that is going to be the switch to Amber Skies for both the Open Tournament as well as the World Championship. So then we're going to be able to see how much our players know the new set and be able to identify the key combos that will hopefully crown them as the next world champion. And of course, in Archon and an Alliance, we're going to be seeing a wide range of decks from the beginning sets of Call of the Archon all the way to Amber Skies, even potentially some more mutation or tokens of change, depending on how players are feeling, going to be in the field of play. So this is one of those times where we finally get to see not just the strongest players from the US, but also from Europe and Asia all come in here to see who's going to be coming out on top. So there's going to be so much fun action across the weekend. And again, I'm going to be here holding it down for you guys all weekend long. So hopefully you guys don't get annoyed with my face because, of course, we're going to deal with it the entire time. But, of course, this is a lot of fun for me. And so what I'm going to do here for just a little bit, I am going to go kick it to a Be Right Back screen as we get things prepared. We're getting very close to the end of the forging of alliances, and we will then be able to see the first matches unfold. So with that being said, as you saw Nick in the chat say, make sure you got some water or a drink or some snacks. Get ready for some KeyForge action, and we'll be right back from KeyForge Celebration 2024 in Roseville, Minnesota. All right, everyone, we are back here for the round 1 of the last chance qualifier. Again, for all those that don't know, this is going to, of course, be the last chance that players will be able to earn a spot into the World Championships. The top spot placements will be able to choose which spot they want to go into for any additional open slots. This, of course, could vary depending on how many of our pre-qualified players do end up securing their spot or registering for the World Championships. So that is, of course, going to be taking place at 7 o'clock. So these players at the moment only know that one spot is up for grabs in each of the tournaments. And, of course, when we get to later tonight, we will find out what additional openings are going to be there. But, of course, the top placement will get their choice of any of the 3. Then, of course, it filters down from there for any remaining slots as we unfold. We got things going on here in this matchup. It's going to be Magic Duck taking on Barry 374. Magic Duck bringing the pods of Geistoid, Star Alliance, Unfathomable, while Barry is bringing Brobnar, Geistoid, Star Alliance. So we're going to, of course, be potentially seeing a lot of Winds of Death combos here, as well as the Hallowed Eves Festival, trying to get a lot of the combo pieces for Geistoid to roll out. Star Alliance, potentially seeing the Technician, Technicator Lee, if I remember correctly, coming out over there. An Unfathomable, of course, just being a disruptive house. Barry hopefully has a lot of the Giants. Beanstalk, of course, being a big piece for Brobnar to get going here. But, of course, we see the Geistoid, Star Alliance on his side. Same things that he's potentially trying to go for. We haven't not started round 1 just yet. The players are, of course, getting to their seats. They have been doing their construction of the Grim Reminder set here recently, and now we will be getting things underway here very, very soon. Again, as a reminder, this is running under the Playstyle 2LO format, so of course this means that for the players, if they get 2 losses, they are out of the running for the open slots. We'll keep going down until we hit our threshold for the last remaining slots here of the World Championship seats that are available, and we'll then be calling it at that point, and where the placements of the players are at that time will then start to dictate what positions, again, that they will get inside the tournament. So looks like right now both players are just shuffling up, getting things ready. Of course, Magic Duck here on the top of your screen, and Barry 374 on the bottom of the screen. Also, as a reminder, just in case some of you haven't been around the streams for 2024, in the tournament rules and guidelines, the Master Vault is now a piece that can also be used during the match. So if player can still not be using their phone for additional purposes outside of looking at the Master Vault to potentially check a card or get any kind of clarification with it. But of course, that is the thing. And you see, Magic Duck pulling up the stream right now on camera. So it's like we got, Inception going on here, stream upon stream going on the screen. But of course, Magic Duck also rocking the Gorlami card sleeves that, of course, came out from the Vault Tour at Las Vegas. Magic Duck, a member of Team Rebout. So, of course, Gorlami, also a member of that team. And Davo, of course, giving a shout out to the other teams here, one of them being Team Visible Hand. Please keep in mind, everybody, there are plenty of teams here. So if you have a team that you guys enjoy, give a shout out in the chat. Let our players know what teams you are hopefully see climb their way to the tops of the last chance qualifier. And it sounds like we are about to get things ready here for the tournament.
First round of the first tournament of KeyForge Celebration starts now.
All right, so it has started now, and as you can see, the clock there up in the left-hand corner will help us keep track of how things are looking for the time of the match. Now, if there is a time extension that is called, then of course that will allow them to go beyond the 45 minutes, but players must have forged their keys by 45 minutes, or we go to our end of time rules. And if we are going to get to those, we will explain the end of time rules at that time. So looking at the hands here, it looks like Barry 374 potentially is going to be going first. It looks like he is currently sitting with an extra card in hand. And it looks like Magic Duck did not like his opening hand, so he chose to go ahead and mulligan, which means, of course, he got to put the cards back into the deck, shuffle it up, and he will draw one less card. So with him going second, that means he's going to be drawing down to 5. So hopefully for him, he's searching to try to get a better opening hand, allow him to play some additional cards. We did not get to see, or at least I did not catch what cards he pulled at that time. But as you see, shuffling down to 5. Now it looks like things are getting started, and we are starting with Star Alliance here. And we are also going to pull this camera in just a little bit, so then that way we have a little bit of a better time seeing some of these cards. All right, so Event Horizon coming down from Magic Duck to get things started. All right, so pulling in just a little bit, so we have as I said, just a little bit of a easier time to see how things are going, and slide this positioning down just a little bit, and there is Lee coming out right away. So of course, not able to use his haunted effect where he can come out readied right away, but still a good piece to have on the field if you are able to get him down there and quickly get to your haunted status. Ooh, and Barry coming out with a boo right away, so going to discard 10 cards. There's a Memorialize the Fallen. We're seeing a Body Infiltrator. So we got 2 Junk Restorations in that pod. There's quite a bit of those Geistoid power cards that you're definitely looking for in the sealed format, sitting on the side of Barry. So we did get a good view of what he's got in hand. So Magic Duck currently with only 4 cards in discard pile, so still not haunted. Gonna throw down the Haunted House. That is gonna allow him a chance to get to the haunted status here a little bit quicker. Going with the Mamet, so he's gonna be able to archive the Event Horizon, allowing him to pull that back out here later on. And the Echo Fly coming down, so he's gonna also be able to archive another card, readying up and passing over to the side of Barry. So Barry's sitting at 3 amber currently. For those new to KeyForge, if you're checking in for the first time, KeyForge is a race more so than it is fighting against your opponent. You're trying to slow your opponent down, but the whole goal is trying to get enough amber generated to allow you to forge 3 keys. The standard key cost is 6 amber, so Barry halfway to his first key, but again, make mention of that because as I always say, KeyForge is a marathon, not a race necessarily, so even if Barry is able to forge that first key, that doesn't necessarily mean it is a big threat to Magic Duck yet. Alright, so throwing down the Fiery Jark and going to take out Retro Technician Lee there. A good target for it, making sure that it is off the field. And he already went and destroyed the Fiery Jark as part of that effect. And Cacophonous Riot now coming down right after. Alright, so with the Mamet being destroyed, it's a destroy effect, which allows you to archive the top card of your discard pile, is going to allow Magic Duck to go ahead and archive Retro Technician Lee. Alright, Tendrils of the Deep. Alright, so now open the seal coming down. I believe that is going to get Magic Duck very close to haunted status. Alright, and I was not able to count the cards there that quickly for Magic Duck. He did pull them off stream, but I believe he's one card short of haunted at the moment. Some players will have haunted trackers that we can see here on stream to help us here. Looks like these players are not using that token at the moment, so it's going to be a little bit tougher to see there. But Barry coming out with some really strong play here. Currently sitting at 5 amber. Is he going to be able to generate enough amber to get that 6th amber and threaten the first key? Does not look like it. And of course, because of the exoskeleton upgrade there, you see there is a discard pip, which is why Barry had to discard the Brobnar artifact there.
I'm going to go Star Alliance, picking up my archive. I'll play Rogue Operations.
All right, so he picked up his archives.
1, 2.
Goes down the rogue mission. Is going to be able to get 2 amber off of that because of discarding different houses. So now Magic Duck is currently sitting at 6 amber himself. Oh, and there comes the haunted tracker that I was talking about. So we do know now that Magic Duck is haunted, which is going to allow Retro Technician Lee to come out ready. And now we're going to have some Lee shenanigans that are going to be going on here.
I'm going to discard Scout Key. I'll play Event Horizon.
All right, second of use of the Event Horizon now in this game.
Crazy, so I'll gain 2. Discarding 1.
Gets the 2 amber off of the Unfathomable card there.
Discard and open the seal. And Stir Crazy says each ready creature captures 1 from its opponent. So these 2 will capture, and then these will capture.
All right, and so now puts amber on all of the creatures. So, of course, that is some amber that could potentially be of service later on. Retro Technician going to reap there, which is, of course, going to allow Magic Duck to go through his discard pile. And he's going to pull out the second Lee that we did see get discarded earlier.
I will Omni Haunted House to gain 1.
All right, using the Haunted House, because he is haunted, is going to be able to generate another amber off of it.
Censor Chief Garcia.
So this has been a very strong turn for Magic Duck here. Being able to boost up to 9 amber at the moment. So very much threatening the first key. And a second Event Horizon comes down. And then in here somewhere, played off of it, gets the amber pip off of it. And because he's haunted, he's now going to be able to use the effect of in here somewhere. So we're seeing Magic Duck get so close to potentially threatening enough amber for 2 keys. Now, of course, again, for those that are new to KeyForge, this does not mean Magic Duck will be able to forge 2 keys at once. You forge your key at the beginning of your turn, but you can only forge a key once during that step. So unless he has a key cheat somewhere, that does still mean that it's going to take a little bit of time for Barry, which could be something that comes to use for him. But now Magic Duck, with the reaping of Retro Technician Lee, gets another amber, gets to pull out another card from his discard pile. And now Magic Duck taking a look at the discard pile over on Barry's side. And he is removing the Memorialize the Fallen, a key card, definitely of high target value from Magic Duck, which is why you see it's removed from the game. And now Magic Duck threatening enough amber for 2 keys, is going to be able to forge the first key at least. Barry getting enough amber off just to get him off that second potential key at the moment. But you see a lot of Star Alliance still on the side of Magic Duck. He could potentially, depending on his hand side, go into that. And there's the Hallowed Eve Festival coming down now. Ooh, Soul Bomb. There's an Event Horizon of Own on Barry's side. Another Soul Bomb as well. Alright, able to take another amber off of Magic Duck. So getting him all the way 3 amber off that second key. But that looks to be it for the moment, which means that Magic Duck is going to get that first key here at the 33rd minute mark. And you can see there from Barry, there's only 2 cards left in his discard pile, which means he's very close to flipping his deck, which will take him off Haunted status and allow him to access some of these cards that he unfortunately had to discard that could have come into play for him. All right, Thing from the Deep coming down because there is the Open the Seal in the discard pile. And as you see Magic Duck doing the kind gesture to indicate and show off that that is indeed in there. So a big, beefy target there. But it's going to take a lot to try to get that off the field unless you got something. Oh, going with a Crushing Deep. The Amber Pip does discard the Webster. So that, of course, increases key costs on the side of Barry for the next turn. However, Barry's not threatening the first key, but it still is an Amber Pip for Magic Duck, allowing him to get to that second key already.
I'll play a Tendrils from Beyond to bounce this guy and each of its neighbors.
All right, so there's Tendrils from Beyond again. Going to bounce those cards into his hand. Upgrade does get discarded off of that, but that does allow Magic Duck to get the amber that was sitting on them back in hand. And it has another one, which is going to bounce back the creatures there, giving him more amber. So he's definitely already has enough amber to potentially forge his second and third key. So Barry now does have to really look at how can he work around the amber pile that Magic Duck has. Did the pods that Barry chose have enough amber control to get Magic Duck at least off that third key? Trying to get off of 6 amber, not too difficult. Trying to get an amber off of 12, not too difficult, but we're currently sitting at 15 amber on Magic Duck's side. That's quite a bit of amber to try to deal with. And this is definitely going to be a tough one for Barry to handle. So there you go. See, gets 1 amber off at the moment. All right, Touchstone going into the discard pile there. All right, and there's the Ecto Charge. So that's why you saw Barry looking through his discard pile, trying to see can he get enough amber to forge the key, and he does because of the bonus amber that was on that Ecto Charge. So Ecto Charge naturally has an amber pip, but he got a bonus amber pip on it, and as you saw, that was just enough to get to the forging the key. And you see Barry accidentally put down his Star Alliance card, so that does reveal a little bit of information over to Magic Duck. Does get enough amber to get him down exactly to his other key, and there was an increase in key cost there. So you see that instead of for 6 forging, Magic Duck had to forge for 7, so he's actually 1 amber off of his third key. And again, a lot of creatures in play for Magic Duck there, so definitely a number of different avenues and ways that Magic Duck could go for generating the amber necessary. So he's going to use the Haunted House here first, get that first amber pip. He's going to fight into the Tribute Collector. Oh, and then he must have 3 Tendrils from Beyond. We see at least 2 there on the pile, and I did not see if he picked up another one. So it looks like he has several Tendrils from Beyond. That's a really strong play there. So he's currently sitting at a whopping 12 amber. Does Barry have enough to get him 7 amber off of Magic Duck, or increase key cost to then push it down below? And I'm not seeing too many cards in hand that can do this without an established creature pool. He's going to draw a card. And that's it. That looks to be it. So Magic Duck takes game 1 here in the last chance qualifier. Really well played by both players here. Magic Duck really got things going there a little bit later in the game. Barry had a really strong opening, in my opinion, really getting the amber threat of that first key. But again, this is the magic of KeyForge, right? So Magic Duck did not have to rush anything, just kept searching for his cards, and the retro technician Lee really coming into play there later on. So powerful with the Haunted House and the multiple Tendrils from Beyond. I believe, like I said, I think he has at least 3 in that Unfathomable pod. That was a big way to really swing things around. And Barry's deck just unfortunately did not have enough capture to really slow Magic Duck down. So as you see there, players are reporting their results on the Playstyle app. So of course we're going to see a lot of that being used across the weekend. If you haven't been to our tournaments, this is how players officially report their match, see who they're playing at, what table they're supposed to be at, all of those things. So again, a very impressive showing there from Magic Duck in here for our round 1. Definitely not surprised too much with the routes that both players went when it came to their build. Now, not knowing the rest of their decks, Magic Duck definitely the Geistoid Star Alliance Unfathomable pod. The only thing that was really surprising for me is normally what we see here in the Grim Reminders sealed events is that either the power pod for them is Geistoid, the power pod is then Star Alliance, if they don't really have a good Geistoid, and then the third house is kind of that support system, whatever it kind of fills the void here. The Star Alliance definitely was a very strong pod for Magic Duck's deck, but that Unfathomable pod, very surprising. Of course, still a utility house for what Magic Duck is trying to do, but the amount of Tendrils from Beyond definitely gives Magic Duck a strong way to deal with all of the any kind of amber control that his opponent may have. So we saw that being used quite a bit, which whenever Barry was able to get some of the amber off of it, he'd throw out that Tendrils from Beyond, bounce the cards back up into Barry's hands, but then he is able to regain that amber. So definitely Magic Duck always continuing to really show a threat of how much amber he generated. And Barry has some good card combos in his deck. I think it's just unfortunately ran into a deck that again, with those Tendrils from Beyond, makes it very difficult for what Barry wanted to do, getting into play right away. So really, again, well done from this set, and that's kind of one of those things that we're going to see here across the day is what cards were those players able to pull in the Geistoid Star Alliance house. Those ones are going to be the big driver. We'll see if there's any creative new pods or combos that could potentially be coming out from the Grim Reminders. Again, we've been seeing this set all across the Vault Tour season as well as National Champions. So this is the capstone event. This is the last time we're going to be doing a Grim Reminders sealed event for 2024. And again, tomorrow we will be, or I can't remember if it's tomorrow or not, but the next sealed events for the Open and the World Championships are all geared on Amber Skies. So that'll be a really interesting time to see how much players have been studying up on Amber Skies since the crowdfunding campaign's delivery as well as the release back on October 18th. Have they had enough time to look at the set and learn these cards to pull the best cards for the World Championship and the Open tournament? But that was, of course, a real big matchup there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw it to a Be Right Back screen real quick and handle some things here on the end here in Roseville, Minnesota. So hopefully you guys don't go too far and you guys are enjoying the stream like Davo is having here. And of course, I'll be right back here with some more action from KeyForge Celebration 2024 in Roseville, Minnesota. So don't go too far. All right, everyone, welcome back to the stream. I went and quickly grabbed Magic Duck, the winner of our match that we saw here in round one, to talk a little bit about his deck and just how he thought the match went. So hopefully you guys all enjoy this. But Magic Duck, thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah.
I want to just ask because, of course, we've been using Grim Reminders this entire season, Vault Tour season, National Championships as well, and obviously there's been basically very strong combos that you're looking for in your deck. But what was your kind of thoughts as you grabbed your decks, not knowing all of your pods, but how you decided to craft those pods for that match?
Yeah, it's funny you say that because since Amber Skies has recently come out, I actually haven't really touched much Grim Reminders for the last couple of months. So I kind of had to shift my mind again. And the pods that I opened didn't have any like traditional, like crazy Winds of Death, Key Abduction, like crazy wombo combos. But what I did open was the Unfathomable pod, which just has a ton of pips. And while not a board wipe, I am bouncing creatures back to my opponent's hand, so it slows them down and trying to find answers to answer me. Which I thought would hopefully be enough, and luckily in that match it definitely was, because he had other scaling Amber control option that he told me about, but he
couldn't find it fast enough. So
Yeah, we definitely saw that happen. I mean, you have, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 tendrils from beyond in that
Yes,
set?
yes.
Yeah, so we saw that being utilized, as you said, so well. Not necessarily a board right, but anytime Barry was able to capture any amber, you're immediately getting it right back. So you were able to kind of keep the gas pedal going the entire time. I guess it's kind of a pod combination, as I was discussing before. You normally try to find the strong combos between the Mars, the Star Alliance, the Geistoid, and that third house is kind of more of a utility.
Yeah.
And in this matchup, Unfathomable, while it was still a utility, seemed so strong for the play that you were doing. I guess how surprised were you that it worked so well, especially in round 1?
So in seals, I think being able to just produce a ton of amber at once and just say answer that can be very powerful in sealed. And so when I opened that pod, I think I counted 10 amber pips in that one pod alone, and that's just playing cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I figured I needed to go with that one. And the Star Alliance I thought would actually be a little bit more of the enabler, you know, the Lees bringing in other creatures from the discard pile, and then Horizon kind of getting me through the rest of my deck to find other things that I may need. Yeah, it ended up working out.
Yeah, so I got to ask you, I know you've been a long-time KeyForge member. You've been to a lot of these events, and you were here last year as well. Just as my final question, how does it feel to be back here for KeyForge Celebration 2024, and this time having sealed on the agenda?
It's awesome. I mean, I think pretty much if you're a KeyForge player, you just love sealed by default, because it's just a great... it's a great format for like what KeyForge is doing. So very happy to see sealed come back, and happy to come to my second KeyForge celebrations. The sealed, the tournament started a lot smoother than last year, so just love seeing the improvements, you know, year after year, event after event even. And so, yeah, I think you guys are doing a great job.
Well, thank you so much, and hopefully you guys at home enjoy that stream. Obviously, there's some congratulations coming out in the chat here, so congratulations to you in round 1. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, and with that, we'll be right back and for more KeyForge action here just shortly. All right, everyone, welcome back to the stream. The last of the matches for round one are just wrapping up. We had a couple of games that went to the end of time rules, so there was being, of course, enough time allotted to allow them to do those steps, and we are now just kind of waiting on match reportings to come through to close out round one and get round two ready to go. So once that happens, we'll be, of course, be switching over to the table to get things going from there. Just as since we have some time, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the, because we don't have time, we're going to go ahead and start getting the next matches pulled up and putting the information in so that you guys can see it all on screen. So give me a moment while we walk through this. As always, one man running it. I can't focus as well as talk through the matches or the information, but we're gonna have a pretty good one on stream next. One of the players I recognize, the other player I do not, but that does not mean that they don't bring gas and hot fire to the table. We're going to be seeing in our next matchup on stream. It's going to end up being Flaming Hobo versus Dammit. So they're going to be taking on here on the stream. Flaming Hobo, of course, has been a regular here in the U.S. circuit, winning multiple Vault Tours and placing in top 4s, top 8s in a number of others. Coming from the Team Reap Out group, which we just saw Magic Duck, of course, going here in the first round. And again, as I said, I do not recognize the second player, but we'll get a little bit of info on them as they get paired and sat down. We're just kind of waiting for the pairings to be shown on the players' dashboards, so then they will get to their seats and get squared away. But it looks like, so that everybody knows, that it looks like we have... All right, so the round just got paired, and I was just about to say, it looks like we have 130 players that are taking part as part of the Last Chance Qualifier. I'll make sure that I can pull that information and make sure that you guys know the definitive data for that, but looks like I said, just off of my quick glance, looks like we got 130 players taking place in the tournament today. So the round pairings were just posted to the players, and so we are going to be going to a Be Right Back screen so I can go and gather information from the players to, again, fill out the seating here for your guys' screen. And also, as a quick note, because of the times currently, we are going to be going to a lunch break right after this round. So after round 2, we're going to be taking a 1-hour lunch break. So do keep that in mind, that if you guys are starving, your stomach is grumbling, you don't have to wait long. You can go get some food. You should probably go get some food right now, too, because you're already at home. But we'll be, all of us players and people here over in Roseville are going to be getting some grub here after this round. But like I said, I'm going to throw it to a Be Right Back screen so I can go gather information from the players at the table. But until then, don't go too far. All right, everyone, we are back here on stream, and as I said, we have Flaming Hobo who's going to be taking on Dammit. And I found out Dammit is from Italy, so he's an Italian player coming over to play in the KeyForge Celebration, and I believe this is his first time to KeyForge Celebration, so it is great to see a fresh face here at the event. So we're seeing here, of course, on stream, you got Brobnar, Mars, Unfathomable coming on the side of Dammit, with Flaming Hobo bringing Geistoid, Mars, Unfathomable. So now with the round just started, you see the kind gesture shaking hands there to, of course, indicate time for the game to begin. And it looks like they are rolling off to see who will go first. And it looks like Flaming Hobo is going to be the first player. So you see the 7 draw there. Now we'll see what the players decide to do, if they're going to keep their hands or if they are going to... So actually, I think Flaming Hobo misspoke to me, which is totally fine. Or no, actually, I misunderstood him. He is not running Unfathomable. He is running an Untamed pod. So he's running Geistoid Mars Untamed, with Dammit doing Brobnar Mars Unfathomable. So we'll get to see a new mix to the table here, both running Mars, so that means there's likely some of the Mars shenanigans. We already see a target in the hand of Flaming Hobo. Cannot necessarily see what Dammit has on hand, but Flaming Hobo got to throw down the Webster here to get things started, and immediately Dammit goes down, throwing down into Unfathomable, getting the draw pip there. Ooh, and getting quite a big pool of Unfathomable. We see the Trawler there. So that is going to be, of course, something to keep in mind here and a little bit later. Going to run the Webster, excuse me, in. So he's going into the Geistoid pod right away. So we see a Winds of Death in there. So definitely looks like Flaming Hobo got some of those power pieces on the side of his pods here. And there's the Animating Force there. Rover coming out on second. Webster coming out with the damage pip. Going to throw it down. So 2 Websters going to be protecting the Rover there. Or the Reaver, excuse me. All right, and we see the little reap out support system there on the left side. That is Flaming Hobo's child, of course. Giving some extra support and a helping hand to his dad here on stream. And it looks like Dammit and Flaming Hobo are going to share the amber pieces, or the tokens there on screen. So we'll be able to see how things are going. I don't see on the side of Dammit if he has a haunted tracker, but it looks like Flaming Hobo is going to be using the chain tracker there, flipping that when he is haunted. So we'll keep an eye on that. I believe that is going to be the case. All right, and so the Echo Guardian coming out there at the end. Of course, the haunted status does help there, because if he gets haunted, Echo Guardian, of course, gets poison on top of his power there. And we see the Junk Restoration coming out. All right, and he wasn't haunted, so he don't think he gets to choose anything off of that. All right, so he's going to run the Webster into the Echo Guardian there, just taking the 1 point of damage because, again, he was not haunted yet. Has to discard the top card there, and that's Cacophonous Riot being discarded. And so, clearing the pool, there's a target on the side. Wow, a lot of cards having to be discarded here. So he is definitely haunted at this point in time. Gonna run the Rover in, and another discard coming through. So a lot of strong cards there on the side of Damage sitting in the discard pile. Throwing down the Cacophonous Riot now, and Grimtooth coming out. Alright, so currently looking through the discard pile of Flaming Hobo. Alright. Now, kind of looking through his discard pile, I'm curious to see what he is currently looking or searching for. Maybe he's just gathering information. The discard pile is open information, so Catch and Release actually comes out. Alright. So he actually is going to fight into the Webster, which is going to kill both Websters because of the splash damage. Alright, and so just like before, Flaming Hobo taking a chance to look through the discard pile of Damage to see what he's played and discarded so far. Gathering all that information allows him to keep that in mind for when the deck flips. What could be potentially coming up on the agenda. Alright, so going into Mars here. Alright, so all that Mars going into the discard pile, pulling out the target. Gonna throw the damage pip down there. What will he grab? And it's gonna be the Grim Reaper. Alright, and looks like Dammit gets to forge the first key. And it looked like we potentially are seeing, of course, what the players will need to practice for the Amber Skies sealed event is figuring out which key you're going to forge. So you saw him kind of look at both keys to decide which one. He ended up forging the yellow key, but that is a game component that will play a factor with card effects in Amber Skies. So, Dammit's already preparing himself for those decision points in the upcoming events. All right, Brick Nasty coming out, taking out the target. All right, going into the Untamed Pot. Ooh, and there is a Witch Queen pulling out the Haunting Witch, which is going to let it come out ready. And keeping Witch Queen in the center is a very important piece. And so there was a little bit of confusion there, but the Witch Queen gives a bonus effect out to the additional witches on the sides there, which is what allowed them to fight and not take damage back. So nice way to clear out the board, and then do an Invigorating Shower. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I thought he pulled the Grim Reaper last time. But getting 7 cards from the Invigorating Shower. Gonna go into the deck, which means, of course, Geistoid turns are coming up for Flaming Hobo. Currently sitting on check for that first key. Now reaping with the Haunted House. All right, and turn passed over. We're currently seeing Devin at 9 amber. So definitely enough to get that first key, but Damage might have some amber control that will be coming there towards Flaming Hobo's way. Very strong early opening for both players here, with us nearing the 34-minute mark of the match. Still lots of KeyForge left to play, though, but Damage sitting with the early lead of the first key forged. A Flaming Hobo very close to getting his first key to match that. All right, so we're currently seeing the dreaded 2/2/2 hand on the side of Damage, but he does have an Unfathomable on the field. All right, so Damage just reading the Witch Queen, trying to make sure that he understands it properly. Very important because of all the effects that the Witch Queen has and gets from being in the center of the battle line. Always important, remember to hydrate during these games. When the action is this intense, you got to make sure that you're staying hydrated and ready to go, because at any moment's notice, it can flip on its head. Devin making sure he flips those amber tokens to show the title off on them. All right, Damage taking a long time trying to figure out what he wants to do, because while this isn't a deciding factor, this looks like this could be a big turn for Flaming Hobo, if it goes the way that it is looking. All right, and looks like trying to figure out what he wants to do with the Trawler. Looks like he decided to reap with it. All right. And now Damage has flipped his deck, which means that the timetable for Flaming Hobo, is going to get tighter here, because all those power cards that Damage had to discard are, of course, now potentially going to be at play here. All right, Junk Restoration coming down, getting the Amber Pip there. All right, trying to figure out what exactly he's going to take. He's going to take the Rotfest. Animating Force being used. Get the Amber Pip. Hallowed Eve Festival now. Gets to capture 2 amber off of it. So big, strong turn here. There's the Ecto Charge coming down. Counting it through, making sure that will he get a free key off of it? Excuse me. Key of 6, I should say. Excuse me. Is able to forge that second key. Now the Winds of Death coming down, discarding the Floof. So those choosing the Haunting Witch to bounce back into the hand due to the Witch Queen's effect in the center of the battle line. However, because once the Haunting Witch bounces back, that means no longer the rest of the cards are able to bounce back into hand. So that means the Witch Queen and the other card now go into the discard pile. But all those creatures now sitting in archives. And used at the perfect time for Devin because after drawing, now has to flip the deck. All right, and looks like just throws down those 2 cards, discards the third, and it is back over into Devin's hand. Devin currently sitting with 2 amber, 2 keys, damage at 1 key, 3 amber. But a clean board. We'll see what he decides to do. And Devin doing a good job making sure he is not potentially crossing his deck with his archives. So he throws down a second Haunted House, throws down the Grim Reaper and the Webster. All right, sitting at 5 amber now. Throwing the damage down on the Grim Reaper. And the Grabber Jammer now coming out there at the end. Both Haunted Houses now ready to be potentially used. Because of the Omni ability, I would expect that those are used in this turn regardless. Devin's still considering, does he want to pick up his archives? It doesn't look like he just sorted out. Really trying to figure out what he wants to do, because this is definitely coming to a key moment in the match. We're at 26 minutes and about 30 seconds left. 2 keys to 1. Damn it, not threatening that second key just yet, but very close to doing so. And it might not be too hard for him to burst up and threaten that third key, given the cards that we've seen to this point of his deck. Alright, so a lot of thinking going on. And he doesn't decide to do it. Goes into Mars still, nonetheless. Does the Brain Dart. Gonna enrage the Grabber Jammer. It's the Amber Pip and decides to pass turn. Alright, pulls out 2 damage pips. Thunderdell has a discard pip, so we'll see what does Dammit decide to discard from his hand. Unfathomable. Alright, so the Winds of Death and the Plague Wind going into the discard pile there. Alright, looking at that archive again. I'm curious if this will be the time he finally picks it up. He's holding on to them quite a bit here. And he finally picks them up. So, finally picked up his archive. So this is, of course, going to be a big turn. It looks like he's going into Untamed for this. Alright, and there's the Rotfest with a capture and a damage pip. Excuse me. So that's a discard pip, excuse me. So he discarded the Reaver for playing it. Now going to gain Amber. Each time there's some damage dealt out. Going to do the scrap effect. And then because of the Rotfest, is going to still get Amber off of that. Alright, so we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Amber on the side of Flaming Hobo. Definitely looks like he's just trying to burst up to get enough Amber that it becomes very hard to deal with. Going to Reap, get some more Amber. Certainly on 10 now. Haunting Witch is going to get Amber because Devin is haunted and decides to... Or it gets Amber for playing itself when haunted. 2 Haunted House. And he chose to use the Warforline's play effect on Dammit to discard more cards. Bloom coming down. Alright, and so it looks like the big one finally popped. Gonna clear the board. And passes turn. So Flaming Hobo is currently sitting on 14 Amber. to get to that one key. Going to target the Trawler. And here comes some Mars shenanigans. Going to be able to target itself. And that's game. All right, so just Flaming Hobo just getting so much amber pulled from the most recent turn that it just was too much to deal with. And damn it, just did not have the answers to be able to take it away and solve the amber discrepancy, especially when you only have one amber left to be forged. So well done from Flaming Hobo, and a great showing from Dammit as well, though. He still had some great play there. A number of the cards that would have led to some of the crazy Mars shenanigans unfortunately got into his discard pile, and he just wasn't able to get those. Kind of got discarded at unfortunate times. You can see that he has 2 Ironix Rebels, which would have allowed him to take care of some additional things when it comes to readying various Mars creatures and trying to take care of them. But, of course, unable to really get that thing going. So Flaming Hobo is going to continue on forward in the undefeated spots. Damn it, dropping down into the XN1 pool, but that doesn't mean his day is over just yet. Of course, this is, again, playstyle 2LO, so that means, of course, he will have some more times and opportunity to continue his trek towards earning a spot in the World Championships if he does not already have one. Just looking at a question real quick with Davo. Are there going to be coverage on Saturday of the Open, or is it just Worlds? That is one of those questions I guess I will answer with an unsure. Right now, of course, we will be focusing mainly on the World Championships. However, if the World Championships end before the Opens do, we will, of course, then be able to bring some of the Open coverage onto stream. So a lot of that will be determined, of course, on how the day unfolds, how matches unfold, to see where the coverage will be when it comes to the Open tournaments. Of course, throughout the weekend, I will pass along updates on how things are looking in the other tournaments that are not able to be on stream. But for the meantime, again, the stream will be focusing mostly, though, on the World Championships. So with that said, I'm going to throw it to a Be Right Back screen. I will come back before we go to the official lunch break. Again, we're going to be taking a lunch break when this round ends, and it's going to be about an hour long. But I'm going to throw it to a Be Right Back screen to take care of some things here on my end. But until then, everybody, don't go too far, because we have more KeyForge action coming up for you guys live here in Roseville, Minnesota. So we'll be right back. Welcome, everyone, back to the stream. I was able to grab Flaming Hobo, the winner of our match that we just saw here on stream. And so congratulations on the win. Thank you. Obviously saw both you and Dammit have some pretty good pods in your guys' decks. So I got to ask you, similar to the ask earlier, How did you kind of come about choosing those pods? You're crafting it.
So opened the Geistoid I really like. That was the one that kind of stuck out to me immediately. Has just a lot of tools I think that you want. Winds of Death, like you saw in that match, kind of being one of the key ones. The Untamed I really liked because it had a lot of burst potential, having the Witch Queen and whatnot too. And I think that just synergizes really well with Winds of Death. The third house I was kind of in between on a little bit, so I think I have some options if I needed to swap at a later round or something. But so I mean, like I had most of my pods I think were pretty solid. I had a couple that I was able to kind of write off, but it's a matter of just kind of flexing in that third house of that Mars in that case for whatever I feel like the matchup's gonna look like.
Yeah, and obviously we've been doing Grim Reminders this entire season through the Vault Tour and the Nationals, so we have a lot of experience on it. And obviously, as you kind of talked about, some key things you're trying to look out for.
Yeah.
But obviously, we had Amber Skies released recently, so I got to ask you. Obviously, with the Open and the Sealed, they're going to be focusing on the World Championship. I should say Amber Skies.
Yeah.
How has that been kind of shifting back as you prep for the Open or the World Championship, and then knowing the Last Chance Qualifier is going to be Grim Reminders?
It's weird because I definitely haven't played as much Grim Reminders lately, right, as I was before, playing way more Amber Skies, so you're kind of like having to shift that mindset and just kind of remember everything that you know about Grim Reminders. But I think for Sealed, it's actually really interesting because for Grim Reminders, you want as many houses as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But for Amber Skies, with the house enhancements and that kind of stuff, you almost want multiple of one house because, if you get, right, Fancy Donovan gives you a Brobnar enhancement. So if you get 4 of them, cool, you have 4 Brobnar enhancements in a different pod or pods.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want the 4 Fancy Donovan, so if you got another Brobnar, now you can swap that out. You still get the house enhancements without the penalty of having the cards that gave it to you.
Yeah,
So
and
it makes it super interesting and kind of dynamic, I think.
I think that's what's going to be one of the more interesting things about Amber Skies tomorrow is because it is not only just, of course, the first time we're seeing it in Sealed, but because it's still such a new set, is it kind of, as you said, how many people are going to really heavily lie into the house enhancements, or how many are going to kind of avoid it because, of course, some of those house enhancements, like you said, with Fancy Donovan, that's what it gives you. Is that the piece that you really want as part of your deck construction? So with that matchup, though, of course, you and Dammit had some great, again, as I said, combos. How did you feel the match went overall? Obviously, you took the win, but just how things played out.
I felt like I actually got pretty lucky. Kind of just came out to a fast start with Geistoid creatures, being able to just get myself haunted, and then just having the tools to bring back the Winds of Death. And there was the turn, it was like the 4th turn or something. I knew, so we were both getting low on cards, had the Winds of Death in archives, or I think I archived it that turn. But I was able to deep probe and discard 3 cards from him, which you don't want to discard their creatures because that's going to play Winds of Death and then they're going to archive it. But in that scenario, because he was running out of cards, it forced him to be in a position where he's going to flip his deck before I am. And so that's really and I think that was the massive turning point of that game, right? Is all of a sudden, Winds of Death, you just flipped your deck, I archive all of my stuff, you archive nothing. And so that one turn just kind of was super pivotal, I think.
Yeah, we definitely saw when you flip the deck, it definitely became, that's when I'm grabbing the Winds of Death, I'm ready to go with it. And it was very curious from my standpoint watching it, is the amount of times that you kept picking up your archives, looking at the creatures you had, and you kind of debating on when was the right time you wanted to pull it. And then finally there at the end, it was, as soon as you pulled it, you knew this was a big turn coming.
I think there was something that I messed up a little bit, so I the Haunting Witch. I should have returned, because I had when I played the Winds of Death, had Witch Queen in the middle, Haunting Witch, and Dark Harbinger. I probably should have returned the Dark Harbinger instead of the Witch Queen, because I was going to flip, the Witch Queen, I wouldn't have been haunted, so I wasn't doing anything, which is why why it took me so long to, I think, take my archives, because I was trying to re-haunt myself. So,
well,
in retrospect, it still works.
It's a little bit of rust, all right? A little bit of rust.
Exactly. Forgot to flip a key in game one.
Well, hey,
We're getting there.
we have a long weekend ahead of
Yeah.
us. You know, shake off the rust, shake off the sleep, and of course, get yourself some food because of course we're going to be taking that lunch break here. But Flaming Hobo, thank you so much
Yeah,
for
of
joining
course.
us here on stream. Everyone, again, make sure you guys are staying hydrated and getting food. We're going to take that 1 hour lunch break here very shortly, and of course, we'll be back with some more KeyForge action at KeyForge Celebration 2024 in Roseville, Minnesota. So don't go too far. All right, everyone, I hope you are well fed. We are back here for some more Last Chance Qualifier at KeyForge Celebration, and joining me here on stream is the one and only Drazcore. Draz, thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure.
My
pleasure.
This is why you graciously bowed out of the tournament.
I purposely went 0-2 so that I could do. That's the line I'm gonna go with.
You wanted to spend more time with me. I get it. Just like everyone at home is wanting to spend time with me.
Exactly.
Anyways, we're seeing here on stream King of Bling taking on JT Russell. Of course, as you had talked about, King of Bling, a local to you, and JT Russell, of course, a content creator of the Sloppy Lab Works.
Yes.
So, seeing a quality match here that both of these people pretty well.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about, though, in general. We've talked about it so far in the stream many times, that this is the last Grim Reminder sealed tournament that's going to be going on, at least for the foreseeable future. All of the rest of the weekend is focused on Amber Skies. So we know a lot about Grim Reminders and what they're trying to get. We see here bringing to the table, both of them bringing a Equidon and Mars House. But we see Brobnar from King of Bling, Geistoid from JT Russell. How do you feel about seeing those house pods here right away?
Yeah, so I think for this set, typically when folks are opening for a sealed situation, there's two houses that everybody's looking for immediately. Just saying, do I have these houses? One of those is Mars, the other is Geistoid. Those are definitely, when you just look at the average card distribution, you're thinking about a sealed environment, that is really what you tend to want. Certainly, houses like Equidon, houses like Brobnar have some really strong cards in it that, if you get the right ones, you're going to be very happy. But definitely, your insta smile before you even look at the card list is based on those two houses really, and then how are you going to support those two houses if you can.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that a number of times already across the streams. And of course, a house that later in the season, I mean, it's been strong quite a bit, but a house that we've seen later in the season having more prominent play is Star Alliance. We've seen that kind of appearing quite a bit, a little throughout the streams. Seeing, of course, the Retro Technician Lees coming to fruition in those regards.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so some of that, Retro Technician Lee is great. Star Alliance has some great actions, great artifacts. The NFL, right, Near Future Lens, is one that everybody's always looking for. Can I get this? Because it is pretty juicy. It's pretty exciting card.
Yeah, and so far, of course, for those that might be newer to KeyForge and joining the stream, the one house that we haven't seen here is that Equidon. So for those players because we've seen a number of the other power cards that you were talking about, what are some of those power cards in Equidon that you're thinking, if you were JT Russell or King of Bling, you're trying to grab in that house?
One of them is actually, you can sort of see it, the rightmost card that King of Bling has right there, right? So that is, what's the name of that? That's the one where you exhaust a creature and you steal two.
Yes.
So it's, I'm actually trying to remember the name of it right now.
I'm having a brain fart on it too.
But stealing two is strong. Right, and if you can there's some good creatures in Equidon, right? So if you can pop down a Sandworm or something, that's a big boy, 16 power, 2 Ember when you play it, and then next turn if you can exhaust it, steal 2, that's awesome, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's cool stuff like Sandhopper. Sandhopper's really awesome artifact where you exhaust that artifact, you're gonna pop a card into your hand, one of your creatures back into your hand, and then you're going to play a non-Equidon creature. So it's a great way to, I mentioned something like a Sandworm, but any Equidon creature, pull it back to your hand, because you're going to be able to replay it, and you play some other house, a creature from that other house, then you play back your Equidon card. So just a lot of efficiency from that play. And then from a rare perspective, right, if you're really hunting for, like, can I get super lucky, you want something like Tachyon Manifold.
Oh, yeah.
It's so good, right? It gives you an extra turn. Now, it's going to give your opponent, actually, I forget, what does it give you? Is it 10 cards?
I think it's 10 cards. Yeah, 10 cards, and you get to take an extra
turn. I always
turn.
get mixed up the what you get with the art project, because that gives something else to your opponent. But generally, when you want to play it, is when it doesn't matter. You want to play it to close out the game. To give yourself that extra turn to free forge a key or to key cheat in another house and win. So that is really some of the stuff that you're looking for. So I'm curious to see if we see some of the things here. So, double estate sale to start. That is some big bursts.
Yeah, definitely a big burst. And just real quick commenting on the Tachyon Manifold, out here on stream, so you can go see them in the past Vault Tour ones. We've seen the Tachyon Manifold come into play several times in making some interesting matches, or as you said, even closing out matches, depending on how it was efficiently played. And so, of course, yeah, we'll see if we have one of those come out here very soon. One of those cards where it'll be played early on, and then we'll sit there for the whole match until you're ready to actually pop it.
Yeah, that's good. That is such a good card. It's such a good card. You know, the state sale is interesting, especially if you're a player who's maybe newer to KeyForge, because you are purging one of your own cards. And I think in some games you're like, oh, why would I ever want to do that, right? But the value you get from the Ember and removing a card that is less good from your deck, it can actually be quite strong in this game. In a sealed environment, right, this is a sealed situation, you probably have a bunch of cards that are less good than your other cards, so getting rid of them is actually potentially really, really great value.
Yeah, and of course, for those that don't know, with KeyForge, the decks are unique. So, as you kind of said, even on some of the most efficient decks, there are still some of those not as efficient cards. And if you can get rid of those, then you increase your efficiency and kind of get your driver moving forward fast.
Okay, so on JT Russell's side, we have another Equidon card that I like. It's the one I can't pronounce, the Cyflipentarian or something. There's a lot of letters in the name. But it's when he's 6 power, he can get taunt when I think it's taunt when you're haunted. I think is what it is. Mm-hmm. And then the destroyed effect is if it's your opponent's turn, you get 2 Ember. So it is a bit of a deterrent for a board clear. And so in this game, there's quite a bit of ways to wipe the entire board, and that gives you some. Not just say some protection, but some benefit from your opponent going ahead and doing that. So your opponent may not want to. Mm-hmm. Right now, right, JT Russell's at 4 Ember. If King of Bling were to play a board clear, he would put JT Russell in check. Now, that doesn't look like what he's doing. He's building up his Mars board here. I like what he's got going on here. He's got a target out, so he's able to archive a card from his discard pile. Very strong. Yep. He's got the
Memory's the red.
Yeah. So you can action to get a whole bunch of Ember, 1 for each card in his archive, and then Proliferator to bring back these guys maybe that were just killed off by JT.
Yeah, and that card that King of Bling did archive was the Second Estate sale, so that is now in his archives, obviously giving him another chance to, as we talked about earlier, burst up to get closer to threatening that first key. But right now, of course, the board state sitting at 3 Amber for King of Bling and 4 Amber for JT Russell. And we see a big, beefy boys of the Brobnar really starting to come out and play because of the lifting buddy there.
We can tell the houses are swapped right now on the screen, right? Because we got Brobnar on the bottom instead of the top, but whoops.
We'll get that fixed.
You won't get that fixed. But, so Brobnar is interesting, right? I mentioned that wasn't maybe the first obvious choice that sometimes folks pick. But there's a lot of really strong stuff in Brobnar, and for a sealed situation, having a lot of beefy guys can actually be a lot stronger than in an Archon situation where you're really picking the creme de la creme, if you will, of cards. So sometimes just having big dudes on board that you can reap with can be enough in a sealed match to win the game. So we'll see here with if that's where JT Russell's going to go with his Brobnar. See here, another move where he's actually putting damage on his own guys to gain the Ember and draw the card. There's good value there, right? Don't be shy about hurting your own guys. Get that Ember. Ember's what you need to win the game. Oh, another Recklessness. Recklessness, both you and your opponent discard 3 cards, draw 3 cards at random.
And you see that one has a bonus discard pip too, so kind of one of those things where you can technically efficiently play it where you grab 3 cards even if you have none in your hand. So
yes, and also it gives you a chance to get more Brobnar cards to play this turn. If your opponent is trying to hold something for a combo, it disrupts that. There is of course always the chance that your opponent had a bad hand and now they have a good hand.
Yes.
So that can happen. So I think the card is aptly named, but it's pretty good. It's a pretty good card. I'm always happy to see it in the deck. I don't know if I want 4 of them in the deck, but seeing 1 or 2 of them is can be pretty good.
Yeah, so we got a quick glance to see just a little bit of what's in the discard pile so far for JT Russell. Obviously, King of Bling showing us a little bit of what's in his discard piles.
He's got the Well of Memory. That's why he's looking. Well of Memory is a really strong artifact. It's one of the better Geistoid cards, which is saying a lot because Geistoid has so many good cards.
There's a lot of them.
So many good cards. But Well of Memory, when he plays that, he can purge any number of cards from his hand and then pull back any number, the same number of cards from his discard pile. So basically, it's get rid of like your worst cards in your hand for your best cards in your discard. That is a pretty good trade.
Yeah, and I think it'll be kind of the factor right now is, does he feel he has enough of his worst cards in hand?
So I think he's hesitating because he's thinking about, my guess is King of Bling's considering, hey, I don't have a lot of Geistoid in my discard. That is the most efficient way to play Well of Memory, but he's got a lot of other stuff that is useful, so he's thinking to himself, do I basically take a slow turn to take a really strong turn the turn after that? Is that worth it to me, is what he's thinking about. So we'll see what he goes with here. I don't know. He might have been thinking about the Mars. There was some good Equidon stuff in there, but like, okay, he is. So he's purging out. Okay, so he had archived that estate sale, but he's saying, you know what? I'm gonna shift gears. I'm gonna play less Equidon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna play less Equidon the rest of the game, and I'm gonna. So that means he doesn't probably. He probably pulls Mars here. So let's see.
Yeah, there's definitely seems like a little bit of thought and discussion here going at the moment.
So it's also sealed. So we can see what he's doing here. Like his opponent, it's the discard pile. So his opponent can also see what he's thinking about. So it's interesting. So he has Geistoid, right? But if he pulls Mars creatures, that probably means he doesn't have a Winds of Death because he probably wants to keep his creatures in his discard pile. So okay. So JT might be thinking, hey, he's pulling back Memorex. He probably does not have Winds of Death in his deck. Now, a little bit of a quote-unquote dirty pull in that it's not a single house.
Mm-hmm.
Which means he's going to further slow himself down a little bit. I think that's why he thought so long about this, because he's got to think about what he could be drawing, / what he's slowing himself and maybe not drawing because he's taking a slower turn, and is that going to be worth it? So, oh, interesting. Okay, so he's going to archive that right away. So that helped a little bit with the quote-unquote dirtiness.
Yeah.
And then, so he went real slow. So JT knows, okay, he just built up. He wants to try to play a big Mars turn next turn. So JT is going to forge, and he's going to think about, hey, I got all these dudes, and there's going to be probably a big Mars turn. That's what King of Bling is signaling. So what do I do about that?
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting direction that King of Bling went in with the Well of Memory, and like you said, now with JT Russell forging that first key, sitting with two creatures of two different pods on the forefront there. Looks like he's going to go into Equidon.
A little cycling. Yep. He also has the Soul Bomb, which is I think that's the right name for it.
It is.
Yeah, which sometimes I know all the. Sometimes I forget the actual names.
You got it.
You're haunted. You blow it up, and you deal 4 damage to everything. So that is a good counter for a lot of little Mars dudes. So JT's probably feeling okay about the strength of his position. Yeah, and he's like, I'm just gonna sacrifice my dudes because I'm probably gonna blow some of them up next turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna steal 2. Strengthen my position, get to check. I think this is a strong move on JT's part.
I believe that was Airlock that just got discarded.
Yep. Yeah, I think King of Bling is, Now considering my opponent just got on check. So he does have grabber jammer with a capture, so he can hold off the check, so that's good. So if he couldn't hold off the check, I think he'd be feeling real bad right now. He does. I see he's got a rebel, so he can ready and use some dudes. I think he's just got to go for it. I think it's there isn't really another option this turn. Force your opponent to use that soul bomb.
All right, and the Onyx Rebel had the discard pip, so now we're going to see...
Yeah, so what does he bring? Archive. Well, he's got Equidon in his archive right now, so he's thinking about... Again, he's thinking about, do I get a third archive? Just scoop up, okay. Gonna get 2 for this. So without the soul bomb, that's a pretty threatening play. With the soul bomb, you kill 3 of the 5 Mars dude that were just played, and you kill the Mamet. You archive. The Mamet will trigger an archive. I don't think the Envoy is something that JT Russell's worried about being in King of Bling's archives. He probably wants to figure out how to kill the Memorex if he blows up the Soul Bomb, which he's got options. It might mean he can't play Mars if he doesn't have a way to deal damage. Can't's a strong word, but a trade-off. Like, if he can't... But he can definitely, with either of the 2 other house calls, he can definitely kill Memorex. So... I'm real curious to see what he does here. I think this is going to be hand dependent.
Yeah, it looks like right now JT's really thinking through the turn, trying to make sure, as always, popping the soul bomb at the optimal time is a key factor in using it. Obviously, lifting buddy is going to help keep a couple of things survived, and yeah, he's going to fight right into the Memorex. And get some more power out there.
Yep. Keep him alive through the soul bomb. That's yep. Soul bomb goes off. So the ordering was interesting there because he did archive the Memorex instead of. Though that's not. That's actually not terrible because the Memorex wants to be on board when there's an archive. So to get Memorex, you need to pull your archive here. So I don't hate that play. I think that's a reasonable play.
Right, and that one armor doing its work, keeping the grabber jammer on the field.
I'm curious if there's more more Brobnar. Is there another recklessness or something coming now? They're just gonna play dudes. Play beefy boys.
Big beefy boys.
Yep.
Thunderdell and Headhunter getting ployed out there.
King of Bling is he's thinking hard right now, right? His big move got countered. He was hesitating because he knew it was a slow move, and that slow move got countered. So he's a little behind the 8 ball here. So he's got to figure out, hey, well, at least my opponent didn't get to check, right? So that was actually big. So he could play a turn with 0 Ember control and not give up a key to his opponent. So he does have a little window here to get back to where he wants to be.
And he is haunted right now, so having the Albia Stray, obviously a little bit of extra Amber control there. I saw the Ecto Charge, but definitely doesn't have enough cards and discard to really use that to an effect outside of getting the Amber Pip. Couldn't see what else he really has. I do this every stream. I tilt my head down.
Tilt your head. It doesn't help.
It doesn't help me.
No. It is. We're seeing King of Bling and JT Russell holding their cards very different, right? Camera is pretty much directly overhead. Right, King of Bling is leaning in, saying, engaging.
Yeah.
Right, JT Russell leaning back. I'm a cool customer. I don't know.
Cool customer. All right.
It's the sloppy lab work right now. I don't know. So he is just blowing the board. Oh, that's a really nice capture pip location there. So So this card here basically blows up 9 creatures, and for each ember on those creatures, you put it in your pool. Is it each or is it 1? I forget. It's very good. It's a very strong card. He was hoping, the reason he kept the Archon, he was hoping to be able to use that to better effect. He was hoping to have the opportunity to use that. All right, market fluctuation. Okay, here. So, get this draw going. Hoping to draw something useful. That probably wasn't what he wanted to draw.
Not quite, but of course, we got the one key forged over on JT's side. So King of Bling threatening his first key. Step getting closer to an even board state again, and obviously clean slate on the board overall on JT's side. So, as you said, probably not the card he wanted, but not in the worst position at the moment.
Oh,
until you get
that's
the curse.
A big deal. Okay. Yeah. So the curse of disappearance. Every turn, you're throwing end of your turn, you're throwing one of your dudes into your opponent's archives. That is a big deal, right? He's got so few creatures on board. He's not going to have that many choices, and so it's going to hurt having that card out. And now he's got ways to steal your other guys and kill them. The planters. So that's. JT Russell is a strong position here. Again, didn't get the check, so he's positioning himself, but at least King of Bling saying, all right, well, he's positioning, his posturing, he's not gaining amber, so that gives me a little more time.
Yeah, now I saw that he has a boon out in his hand, so that is a combination that could potentially come into play, but he still has to get to 6 amber to really, again, use the Ecto Charge because of the change from the Ecto Charge from when it was printed.
The King of Bling does have a key now, right? So I know we're saying it's in a little bit of a tough position, but definitely not out of this game. The Call of Need is interesting. The first time I read Call of Need, I was like, search your deck, and oh, another one. Wow, double. Is he executed? Oh, he has no deck right now. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah. So basically, you look through your deck and you discard a card. Put a card in your discard pile, which is a really seemingly strange effect, but there are so many cards in Geistoid that interact with your discard pile that it's very good. Did he have 6?
Yes, he had just gotten up to 6
Okay.
using the Ecto Charge to get to the 6th.
Okay. He wasn't at 5. Okay. And then it's good timing to cycle that Well of Memory. And so, yeah, that Ecto Charge is probably hoping to use that for the last key, but I think showing some strength here when things were going JT's way, I think is probably not a bad move. So
I think a big key will now be what does he draw after flipping his deck.
He's not haunted anymore, so he doesn't have that going.
Correct.
But he can get the Well of Memory back, so that is good. Okay, he's shuffling. That's why. What's going on here? They're staring at each other. These sleeves, by the way, these are ones that a buddy of ours made specifically for KFC. It says KFC on it, and it's got our local team, Team Redacted. Logo on it.
Nice.
So, yeah.
So did you plan this out to be on stream when this was going to happen?
Like I said, I purposely threw my games so that I could watch this match.
There we go.
That's the line I'm going to go with. All right, so yeah. Strong. Oh, you forgot to archive that. I'll be astray.
So actually,
It
he
should
took
have gone to the archive.
he took the Iron Heldy last turn from the Equidon.
Oh, was that still out? I thought that was not out. Maybe it was. Maybe I
Yeah, there was when King of Bling was shuffling right before he did that. He handed him
I missed it.
the card
I missed
over.
it. Okay,
Yep.
cool. Then this is correct. So, yeah, he's got himself to check. It's interesting. I thought I was so his hand must have said this was the right move. He did have a few Mars cards in hand, even though he went into Mars last turn, which is probabilistically low. So I was assuming he was going to go into a different house and use the that Mars artifact right there, which lets you sacrifice it to use 2 of your Mars dudes. I assumed that was going to be his big way to burst, but to get him to check. But the draw must have said, no, don't. That's not the right move. Go this way. So it is interesting sometimes how you look at board signals and you try to guess what your opponent's going to do, but then just because the way the draw works out, it didn't. Now, that was the end of the deck also, so perhaps if you're paying really close attention and counting how many cards of each house were played, perhaps that was knowable. And because we're blabbing, I wasn't counting cards closely. So
Back-to-back brain darts going on to the Abia Stray there.
Oh, then he
and
scoops
then
it
the
up.
scoop up.
Oh, that is a big move right
That's
there.
a really strong
That
move.
was a big move. Remember when I was like, oh, King of Bling's in a tough position?
Yeah.
He just got to check on key 3. That was a big move.
And he's going to use the
And he's gonna
target.
archive. Yep. Look at that.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, so
Big
yeah,
move.
it's
So
big
check
move,
at 7.
which is not
and then-
insurmountable, but
Yeah, JT can. So again, I'm gonna guess he's not gonna go into Mars. But he just needs to go into whatever has got Ember control. That's where King of Bling turned this around on him.
which is typically Equidon looking at these pods. But I haven't seen a whole lot of JT's Equidon, so I don't remember a whole lot of.
I didn't see a whole lot of Ember control in general.
Yeah.
So I think. Again, we've been blabbing.
Yes,
So-
exactly.
So,
It's-
but I don't have a strong memory. We've seen the deck, so we should know if we were paying close attention. Right? We would.
Yeah, because the estate sales were on Edwin's side. The one card we couldn't remember that allows you to steal was also on Edwin's side, or King of Bling, excuse me.
Let's see if the chat knows. Let's see. They got. We do have. We have Nick, another Nick, asking discard pip or sloppy pip. Well, actually, it's a tight pip. I don't know if you know that. 'Cause it makes your deck tight.
All right, so he's thinking hard about this because of that threat of the key. So going into Equidon as I kind of expected.
Drawing. Hope he wasn't. Hope, but he might have been counting on this draw. We'll see. He does have the card that we talked about at the very beginning that I can't remember the name of. Oh, he didn't get it. So he might have been hoping for that steal 2, the exhaust your guy steal 2
Yeah.
situation. So nice win for King of Bling. That means King of Bling, I believe, is 3-0.
Yeah, that is a third win. This was the table of undefeated. So
Nice.
King of Bling moving on here in the last chance qualifier. JT
Nice.
Russell taking his first loss, which does not mean his day is over. Of course, is just moving into the X and 1 pool. More chances for him to continue to move up into the later stages of the last chance qualifier in trying to earn, of course, the last chance qualifying spot for a tournament. And this year you have 3 choices to go between:
Yeah.
Sealed, Archon, or Alliance. So a lot of seats up to grab.
Yeah. Now I know King of Bling well enough to know that if he could choose from all 3, I believe he would pick Seal. I wonder what JT would pick. I don't know if I know the answer to that. What would you pick, listener? I don't know. Oh, you get to sign the mat.
All right, so I was just about to switch it back to here, but we're gonna watch the John Hancock of King of Bling coming out here.
This is pretty cool.
Oh, wow.
Oh, color choices. A bunch
Of course,
folks
King of Bling going
are,
gold.
are running around with markers and play mats. So I've signed like 3 or 4 mats already, and for the most part, they want anyone. Right? It's not just this guy's got a podcast. No, it's like no, hey, you're here playing KeyForge. Let's get your signature on this.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those communities you've talked about it many times, but everyone is very tight knit and close together, and everybody obviously is enjoyment and seeing everybody. So I'm not surprised to see there. And of course, up in the right hand corner, King of Bling now being added to the sheet.
Love it.
But let me just ask you, obviously we saw that game, and again, it is a local, so how are you feeling off of watching that and seeing these two players go at it?
So so if I'm talking about King of Bling, hey, how do I think my buddy's doing? So obviously he knew what his deck could do there, right? That slow turn that I was a little worried about that he took, I was like, ooh, is that going to work out? Like, I don't know what's in his deck. I don't know if he's going to be able to. And then when JT countered, I was worried. I was worried because that often could be a very tough position you're in. But now maybe in King of Bling's head, he might been like, oh no, what am I going to do? But like, let's just pretend that he's like cool customer and he's in there and he's like, no, I got all this burst coming. I know what I'm going to draw, right? And even if he counters this, I got another answer. He's gonna have to answer that again. So putting things in front of your opponent that they have to answer is good and strong. So I think showed some versatility of this deck here. I think he showed some strong thinking through like, is it worth taking this short-term suboptimal play to get me to a better spot? So I'm feeling good about my buddy here.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things. From what you said, if you know King of Bling, he kind of is the cool customer. Yeah. So I could see him probably being a little bit, maybe a little bit internally like, oh no, but definitely on the surface, was like, I got this under control. Yeah. I'm ready to go.
Exactly.
And obviously, still strong play from JT Russell there. His deck is just this close to kind of being able to fire off and close out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looked like for I'll call it 70-75% of the game, it looked like JT had the advantage.
Yes.
Right? And it was really just, right, in a sealed environment, you don't know what your opponent's going to have, so you can't plan for every eventuality. He couldn't plan around that level of burst with the somewhat limited Ember control that he has in his deck. Played strong. I think his moves were strong moves into what King of Bling was showing on board, and what looked like he was trying to do to manipulate and set up his deck with his archive. So I thought JT played well.
Yeah, very, very strong play for both of them. And like you said, sometimes just not having enough Amber control is the thing where you need to race out and you're hoping that you just put the pace fast enough to where that doesn't come into a factor.
And this is so personally, I love Seal. This is my favorite format, and part of the reason is because you can't just bring, not that there is a perfect deck, but you can't bring everything, right? You got to work with what you have, and you're like, okay, how do I minimize the disadvantages I have in this deck and maximize the advantages? And that, to me, personally, that is my favorite thing to do around with KeyForge. So I think we saw that on display with this match here. So it was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, and we're going to see, I'm still kind of excited to see what we see with Amber Skies, because, of course, it's not like with Grim Reminders where we have all this history that you can call on. A lot of the testing is going to come into play here.
Amber Skies is a really cool set. I am really interested to see how this plays out with the new house enhancement pimps.
Same.
So if you don't know what that is, basically, right, every deck in KeyForge, right, it's got 3 houses. There's 7 houses in a set, but you get 3 of them in your deck. And up until this point, all those cards were only of a single house. Now, with the new set, you can have a card that basically says, hey, I'm going to pick at random another one of the cards in that deck to add a house to it. So you could have a card that's normally Equidon, but hey, now it's also Mars. And depending on where those house enhancements land, you could have some really interesting combos that would require either a Maverick or require something extremely unlikely to occur to ever trigger it, whereas suddenly your deck can do it semi-regularly. And I think we're going to see some exciting things with Ember Skies that previously you just wouldn't have seen. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, so we'll have to hold our excitement back just a little bit longer. We got a little bit more to go. We still got more Grim Reminders Last Chance Qualifier coming up here at KeyForge Celebration. So we're going to take a small be right back from this time, but don't go too far because that's coming at you very soon after this break. All right, everyone, welcome back. Here we are ready for round 4 of the Last Chance Qualifier, and joining me once again is the man, the myth, Drazcor, and we are going to be seeing here on stream Sunday taking on Philo the Meeple. Sunday rocking the Geistoid Mars Untamed, Philo the Meeple running Brobnar Geistoid Mars. So we've been seeing a lot of these pods so far. This is the second showing of Untamed. Earlier we got to see a Witch Queen Untamed, so we'll see if we can see another one of those on stream. But how are you feeling, at least on face value, looking at the pods that we're seeing from these two?
So, we talked last time, the last match, about what are the top 2 houses that everybody wants. Geistoid and Mars. What do we see right here? Geistoid and Mars. So, not surprising there. So then the question sometimes is, well, what's my third house? What do I do, right? So, we've got Brobnar on the Philo side. So, they've got probably a lot of big bodies, maybe some cool effects like Recklessness or Memorialize the Fallen, those strong action cards. Maybe they've got some strong artifacts, either a Beanstalk or Brawling Ground, something cool like that. On the other side, Untamed, lots of burst potential, lots of ability to key cheat potentially. There's some good key cheats in every house, but Untamed has always been about bursting and whatnot, so we could well see that come out from Sunday. And this is a pretty strong starting hand right there on Sunday's side. So she's got 5 cards on flop, one of which is the Haunted House, which is a real good card to get early, right? Get yourself haunted fast and then start getting Ember once you're haunted. So good stuff.
Yeah, Philo also coming out with the Fiery Jark there and using the Blunderboard to take out the Webster. Fighting into the Mamet now, so that way...
A Mamet killed something on fight. Wow.
I know.
You don't see that very often.
You do not. But getting the Valiant, Martyr Strike there and archiving a card at the same time for doing so. But yeah, as you said, this is one of those, across the tournament we've already kind of seen, is that third house is kind of usually the idea of the utility house outside of the Geistoid Mars, is then exactly is how am I complementing those two with it, and when we've seen many different forms at this point. Brobnar, Untamed, Unfathomable. I don't think we've seen so far one where they actually throw in a Star Alliance as the third option, which sometimes can be really strong as a utility if you can get a number of those Retro Technician Lees. But we'll see the Brobnar's approach or Untamed, how much those complements the houses. But as you had mentioned before, with this being sealed, we don't know what they're carrying. So we're going to find out these decks as it's played. Very similar to their opponents, so it's hard to plan around it until you see those cards start coming down on the table.
Yeah, and I think every house in Grim Reminders is viable. I think there are good things in every house. So I don't know that there's a house where that you're going to say, oh, why did it have to be this house or whatever. I think certainly some cards are always better than others, and you're looking for, well, how can I combo with what else I have? But I think when folks are opening decks, a lot of times they've got some options.
Okay, so current board state is, of course, 1 Amber on the side of Philo, and 2 Amber for Sunday. No keys forged, but we're all obviously very early in this game. But
some Mars come out here, archiving. Yep. So going for creature control with the Fiery Jark. It's one thing that's interesting. I've just noticed Sunday. She's got the classic original FFG keys, the card keys that were the original OP gifts you could get at your store. That's kind of retro. Like, I don't see people doing that, right? People who fly all the way out to do this, like, they've got all sorts of fancy stuff, and they paid a little extra, or they made them themselves, but just going with the classic OP key, that's I don't know, that's a fun. Oh, look at that special extra drawer coming out. That's cool.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
You talked about fancy. There you go.
See, like people care about the tokens they have in use. So Sunday's got some really fun Dark Ember there, and but she's like, nope, I'm going with the classic keys.
Yeah,
That's a fun statement.
And throwing down the boo there. So we did get a chance to see a number of those cards coming through, and using the patch there to indicate that she is haunted in this current state, which makes sense, of course. One boo and you're haunted.
It's a good card. It's a good card. Very strong.
And now that's where the haunted house can really start to generate the amber. Ooh, and goes into the ecto charge.
Oh, is that already 20? Wow. That was a fast push.
That
to
was a
20 there.
really fast push.
That is nice. That was nicely done. Making an early statement here Sunday with that big push. Philo. He's got the one ember. But knows that Ecto's out of the way. Ecto charge has been purged. Philo now is thinking, hey, my opponent is going to be reloading, right? They've gone through so many of their cards. I now have more information. Let me think about what's in their deck. Somebody's going to flip their deck for too long, and so let me plan ahead on what I'm going to do to counter the next time through. So, play some problem there. Oh, we got clocks. Interesting. It's a clock deck.
And double discard on
Ooh.
Shockherder there. Cacophonous Riot coming
I like
through.
this. Oh, got to go into the extra compartment in order to get your enraged tokens. I really like Cacophonous Riot. This is one of the strongest Brobnar cards. Ready and enrage, basically up to 3 creatures, right? A creature and its neighbors, and so it allows you, right, and against the empty board to reap with up to 3 Brobnar creatures, which is pretty cool. The Common Cold, which lets you basically kill all Mars creatures. Interesting.
It's a card you don't really see on stream very often.
Not very often. It's a rare, and I sort of forgot it was in this set. Is it in this set? That's not a legacy, is it?
No, it's not a legacy.
Okay.
I don't believe.
I think it is in set. I think it is.
We're gonna-
yeah, it's not something you
check
see super
this.
often. Another reason why I think Sealed is fun is because you see cards that don't typically get used in Archon, and you can see it used to great effect, like we just did there. Sunday moving a lot of cards there, gaining Amber, putting out Amber control. Philo at 5, so within striking distance of check. Thinking about how they're going to come back here. Pulling the archives. So let's see. Ooh, getting some clocks going. All right. So the clocks are interesting because we don't often see them used in Archon because they're kind of tricky to use. In an Archon situation, you've got so many ways to take care of your opponent's board. But in a sealed environment, they can be pretty strong. They generate these time tokens or clock counters or something, and you can, that ancestral timekeeper, the one on the right there, if it builds up, I think it's 12 tokens, 12 counters, you can actually generate yourself an extra turn, which could just be a uncontested forge. So the effect is really strong. It's just hard to trigger because they have to stay alive for long enough, and the ordering in terms of you have to order the effects sometimes gets a little awkward just from perspective of triggering the effects in exactly the way you want them to. But Philo's out here, KeyForge Celebration, probably has a lot of experience, might be able to navigate that really well. It's not a card I've played with much, so I would have to, if I open this and like this is the right set to play, I would have to think about it for a moment.
My experience with the clocks is in Fall of the House of Gormenghast. So,
Okay.
you know, I'm right there with you. I'd be
Yeah.
struggling to figure out the proper way to make them really pop off. But
Yeah. So the 2-power one, that TikTok, just archiving some cards there, pretty good, right? So lock and load some stuff for later. We'll see how Sunday responds to the Timekeeper. A little bit of time, but not necessarily a massive amount of time. Less likely to have either direct removal or board clear ready to go. So the Plague Wind -3 power. Not going to be enough to take care of the Ancestral Timekeeper. But is doing some good work. Oh, look, a Maverick.
Maverick Harvest Skimmer.
Yeah,
So I'll draw a card. I'm gonna put it on the skimmer.
that's fun. I always enjoy opening Mavericks. And just like
For sure.
sometimes seeing the art with that different background, border color or whatever border color I guess, is just like makes you see that artwork in a new way that I think is so much fun.
Yeah, I was definitely one of those for personal feelings of seeing it. I immediately was like, that's Harvest Skimmer, but I see green. Why do I see green? And you're right, like it makes it feel the art just slightly different.
Now the Jammer pack is holding off Philo from being a check there, so holds off Philo from forging. So stalling again as Sunday is in position, in check position. So Philo's got to find a way to handle this. Decides to put a little damage on the Ancestral Timekeeper in order to get that Jammer pack off the board. So in some ways, maybe taking a little risk. I don't think that's too much risk. I think that's an appropriate risk, and putting behind time.
Yeah.
So trying to protect the Timekeeper, saying, hey opponent, this isn't Archon where you got all the tools. Like, you have to figure out how to deal with this, because I'm going to throw down more clocks in the future too, and if you're not careful, I'm going to... Oh, does discard a clock there in order to play the recklessness and... okay, let's see what we got. We got the common cold. Okay, so we got 3 untamed cards, I think, there. So just from a... Yeah, from a...
Believe it was,
even though those cards maybe weren't the best cards, the fact they're all of the same house is probably nice, because you're unlikely to draw that clean of the same house again. So you're probably forcing your opponent into a worse turn. But opponent just forged again. So a little bit behind, but you got 9 Ember. Right? Philo's got 9 Ember and has got the clock turning.
yeah, so Sunday getting that second key at the 33-minute mark. So very strong pull here for her. And obviously going with the UFO now, and the Grabber Jammer coming out with that.
Unhaunted. I'll use Haunted House.
Let's see. So
I'll play Brain Dart.
this will and some
Ooh,
capture. Okay.
Double Amber.
So put that on that TikTok. Okay. That, or not TikTok. I forget the name of that clock. That clock right there.
It does go ticky-tock, so.
It does. Grabber Jammer, a little taxing. So yep. Sunday is making it hard for Philo to get this key. Does get it, but it's paying a little more. And Sunday is at 5 Ember. So Philo is so he's got, what does he have? So he's got Brobnar. He might be, do we see, I don't know if we see in hand. I don't see him, I don't think I see him Memorialize the Fallen, but that could be something that I'm working towards. Try to hold off Sunday next turn, not this turn, but next turn, right? So just what, he doesn't have to stop Sunday this turn. So yeah, he's gonna try to get through these Mars card, get a new hand. I don't know. I can't tell if Philo's gonna flip here when he draws the end of his turn.
I think he has one more turn before flipping, depending on if he obviously clears enough of his hand.
Oh, the Void Prober. Okay, Void Prober attacks, so that's on board. So there's a little, it probably feels a little bit of maybe I wish maybe if I had my Rebel Void Prober, it'd be nice in some ways to have it in hand, but it's also behind. Yeah, and you got the Rebel. You probably do just have to go here. He's got his own Jammer pack. Nice. Okay, so he actually had some good Ember control in hand, but does put it on board, exposes it when opponent is not in check. So I think based on just the number of Mars cards in hand, I don't think there was another option, but probably not perfectly what Philo was hoping for. Unless he knows that he's drawing into other really good Ember control that'll put him in a good position. So another challenge is that Philo's at 5 Ember. So gotten to 6. That would put more pressure on Sunday to respond. As is, Sunday doesn't necessarily need to respond here, but that clock is ticking up. It's only at 7 of 12, but perhaps doesn't know what the opponent has in hand. So it's possible there's not a lot of clocks in this deck. It's a variable amount.
I think we've seen so far. I know we've seen 3 clocks.
Yeah.
I just don't remember if we've seen one of those clocks twice, because I feel like there's been 4 instances of a clock across this game. How much of that was a clock being pulled back in?
Here's so we can see more clock. Oh, not looking at it. Or here we go. Okay, does want to know what he has. A little hard to see. All right, let's. Sunday's doing big Geistoid things. Popping down the Infiltrator to start taking care of stuff. Booing, bursting. Okay.
So I do not recall seeing a Memorialize the Fallen now that we've seen the entire deck.
Yep. This would be desperation time to call it, because didn't get to check, has 5 Ember. But of course, to not lose the game, you'll play it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
It seems to be a lot of thinking. Here we go.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8. So that is enough right there to stall. Now the challenge is gonna flip here, and Distant Void Prober, I believe, can only do Ember Control when you're haunted. Do I have that memory correct?
We will double check that.
So if that's correct, then the Jammer Pack alone, which is going to lose, isn't enough. So let's see here. Draw Mars first. So get back to there you go. Get the Doctor. That's nice.
You are correct. It is. You have to be haunted for that to work.
So the UFO. He may have already had the UFO in hand, in which case knew that he was going to be able to burn through some cards and discarding the. Oh, maybe thinking about, hey, I just don't have enough time for that infiltrator before the infiltrator kills the timekeeper. So let me get rid of those. Because I just want to sit in Mars. May have gotten himself back to Haunted there. Or close enough where next turn can get to Haunted and activate some Ember Control. Because right now, as showing, well, on board, it can only get up to, he costs 9, because Jammer Pack's going to go away right now. So we'll see. Yeah, this does increase the discard pile. Alright. Sunday, let's see. So Philo's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Ember. So plays that just does. Okay. I thought it was play. Nope. It's definitely discard and a steal. So Mimicry. Oh. Okay. Alright. Mimic the board wipe. Wow. That is a big deal for Philo.
Mm-hmm.
A big deal for Sunday. Mimicry is such a cool card because it basically says, play the most useful card at this moment in your opponent's discard pile, basically what it reads. And there's a lot of useful cards often in your opponent's discard, especially in this set where you want to be haunted. You want to have a really thick discard pile. So it was always strong. I think it's even stronger in this set.
Yeah, especially as you said, because the fact you want to be haunted, you're always usually
and
having
taxes.
so many.
And
goes through the taxes, yeah.
Tax at 8. That is a big deal. That was big play on someone's part. Now, Fila only got 1 Ember and has to figure out how to put up a stop here. Getting to Haunted.
And that's game.
Yep, just playing out the hand. Yep.
Yeah, and we kind of figured that was the case because we didn't see him memorialize the Fallen, so there really wasn't enough Amber control to get off of check or tax it, as we've seen a lot of in this matchup. And so it kind of looked like it was definitely spelling the end for this matchup there. But Sunday, a big win for her.
Yeah, that was really well played, using the tools of her own deck as well as her opponent's deck, and looking at those clocks, not overreacting. Right, that effect of that Ancestral Timekeeper is really strong, but it's a little tricky to activate. So controlling, not killing the Ancestral Timekeeper itself, but making sure the other clocks die, and then just ending the game before Philo can use that to his advantage. I think it's good place.
Yeah, it's really, really well done there from both sides. I mean, technically, Sunday did such a great job to start it off and really burst it out to a huge advantage. And Philo there doing incremental steps to really try to close the gap. And it really got interesting there at the end where it kind of started to look like it could have been either one's game.
But building that big board, right? Like, that is a big threat, right? So if your opponent doesn't have a board clear at that point, you are threatening, right? And in those threatening situations, remember this is sealed, right? So your opponent also doesn't know. Even if you know, you don't necessarily have the answer if they go all out and burst. If you threaten in a way where it's like, you have to stop me or you're screwed, sometimes you can even get them to do the thing that they actually probably shouldn't do because you're putting forward such a threat where it's like, if you just ignore this threat and let me forge, there's absolutely nothing I could do to stop you. But your opponent doesn't know that in a sealed environment. So a little bit of that, putting yourself forward in a way where you're going to try to get them to do the thing you want them to do is could be fun.
Yeah, for sure. And again, big win for Sunday. She is now 4-0 on the day, staying in the X&O pool. Obviously, the longer you can stay in that X&O pool, the higher chance you're earning a seat into one of the World Championship spots.
Yeah, Sunday, she's Team AC, right? So I've also got my AC team shirt on here, right? So I'm just
bandwagon
representing
team.
All the teams, redacted, Team AC. So, yeah. So.
Bandwagon fan over here. Bandwagon team member, I guess I should say.
There you go. Yes.
But yeah, so obviously, again, as I've mentioned before, with Philo there getting the loss does not mean the day's over for him yet. He, of course, has more chances to continue to move up and get a chance into the World Championships if he does not already have a seat. But obviously, big wins. You've watched 2 games now. How are you feeling about the last chance qualifiers so far and the competition levels we're seeing?
I mean, people are playing great. Like, people are staying focused on their game, playing their lines, and we're seeing some exciting games. So I think it's great. I love Sealed, and I think it's a great example.
Well, I hope that you guys at home are also loving Sealed and also loving the action that we are bringing here over in Roseville. We're going to take a small break as we'll come back with some more of the Last Chance Qualifier right here from KeyForge Celebration 2024. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KeyForge Celebration 2024 for the Last Chance Qualifier. We are in round 5 of the LCQ, and here at the table, we're actually seeing a party of X and 1, so that means one player is going to advance in the tournament, and one player will be bowing out of their chances of going to the Last Chance, or the World Championships. But joining me here on the stream is not Drazcore this time, but it's Orion. Orion, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. Awesome.
I have to ask you, because obviously you were participating in the Last Chance Qualifier itself. How have you felt about the competition so far, seeing all these people here?
I mean, it's awesome, but it's also brutal. I mean, GR, Grim Reminder sealed, like, there's just so many things to try to prepare for, and, man, it just hurts if it doesn't come together.
Yes, yes, and that is why one of the reasons that, of course, a lot of players feel in this set that you're looking for those key pieces, but we've seen it kind of happen all across the season. Obviously, it's been going on with the Vault Tours as well as the Nationals, and this is the capstone of the Grim Reminder season. Last Chance Qualifier, because then tomorrow we're going into Amber Skies, so it'll be very interesting.
I'm so excited for that. We got to play the pre-release at our locals, so 3-deck sealed Amber Skies, and it was a blast. GR's been fun. I love Amber Skies sealed, so I'm so excited for tomorrow. Obviously, I'm not going to be in the Worlds, but I'll be in the Open, and yeah, I can't wait to play that. But
well, we have a lot of action still here to come before we get to the Amber Skies, and of course, now we're seeing here on stream, we have Dead Sync taking on Jalapenos. Jalapenos going with Geistoid, Unfathomable, Untamed, and Dead Sync bringing Brobnar, Geistoid, Mars. We've been talking about across the streams here what you're looking for with these pods. Obviously, again, we've been doing this from the Vault Tour and the National, so a lot of these players are very familiar with this coming. But one of the things that we haven't really seen, of course, is Jalapenos combination that he's about to bring. So we don't know what the cards exactly, but a Geistoid, Unfathomable, Untamed, it's a combo that we haven't seen here on stream yet. How do you feel about these three houses and how they potentially work together?
Probably a lot more disruption. So Unfathomable, you're going to be looking for those cards that are going to be pulling random cards from the hand. Lots of bounce as well. Bounce sealed like creatures are really important, but getting them bounced back to hand is such a hit to like their efficiency, because you don't want to go back into that house and play those creatures again. So if you can kind of like clog hands with creatures with the bouncing from Unfathomable, that can do a lot. Could see something like a Bryozoarch, which just shuts down all the actions. Geistoid, again, is probably just going to be that engine of the deck where it's doing the archiving, it's kind of gaining amber, it's filtering the deck, it's doing its stuff, right? Untamed, probably got a key cheat, probably got a lot of amber generation. It is an interesting combination, but Jalapenos, I think, trying to remember, did really well in the Spain Vault Tour.
Yes.
So obviously knows what he's doing for sure on here.
Yeah, we've seen actually two really interesting pods so far on stream when it comes to the Unfathomable pod as well as an Untamed. We've gotten to see a Witch Queen Untamed pod here on stream, which was obviously always a really interesting piece. And actually in the first round, we got to see an Unfathomable pod that had 3 Beyond the Tendrils from Beyond, and being able to cycle those a lot, kind of using those not necessarily as a board wipe, but semi-board wipe that allowed any capturing to bring the amber back. So I'm wondering kind of if we're going to see any of those pieces come together. But like you said, Untamed does bring a lot of different avenues outside of the Witch Queen that you can look for.
Yeah, and it's, you know, Untamed actually does do a decent amount of different things in this set. It's actually lots of utility. It's got a lot of amber generation. It does have some good taxing with like the Skeletal Murmooks, which are just common in there. You got the Haunting Witch, which is just a creature you have to kill. Like if you're Dead Sync, you have to kill a Haunting Witch if it comes down, but there's just always threats, but also answering stuff. Like it's not huge answers, but it's always kind of interacting a lot. And so it's definitely a good house.
All right, so it sounds like we're about to get things underway here very soon. It looks like, of course, Dead Sync is going to be going first turn. They haven't looked at their cards just yet, it appears. So we'll see, obviously, if a mulligan is potentially going to be coming through. But Dead Sync getting the first extra card there, so only getting to play 1 card to start the turn for any of our newer players that might be joining the stream and seeing what KeyForge is all about.
And so I mean, it's really hard for both of these guys. They're probably looking for that early Geistoid stuff that's going to help them get haunted, things like Boo. I see a lot of Geistoid there in Dead Sync's hand already.
Yeah, some of them not quite.
Ooh, very fast mulligan.
Yeah, some of them were not quite ones you want to get on first hand. So I saw Winds of Death there, BR Geist, an Ecto Charge, and obviously all of those they're great cards, but you want to get them later in your games,
which is hard. Like, it's very tempting to just be like, I'm just gonna have a nice 4-card hand and play that turn 2 or whatever, but none of those cards are interacting with the game very much early on. And so Jalapenos also mulliganing there. I did see Haunting Witch in their hand, so we know that's at least part of that Untamed. Didn't really see what else was going on with that one.
Yeah, so now, of course, with how the Mulligan's rules work in KeyForge, both players shuffle in their deck, their hand, and they'll draw one less card. So Dead Sync will drop down to 6, Jalapenos will drop down to 5. Of course, that does mean one nice thing for Dead Sync is he will get to draw one additional card outside of this turn. Always one of those mixes in a sense of, like, when you have the 7 cards, you get to play 1 card, but that means you're sticking with the rest of your hand.
Yeah.
The 1 mulligan just means, hey, I could shuffle 1 extra card back in later.
Okay. There's a little bit of a card got left on the table there when he picked up to draw, but it seemed like we're all good. Now we get to see some of the Mars, which we didn't get to talk about the Mars too much, but Mars also one of those houses that can really dominate Sealed in this. I mean, really dominate Sealed and Archon, right?
And I figured that was going to be the very first card. Curse of Disappearance coming out right away.
Not going to be able to keep creatures on the board very easily for Jalapenos.
And so I see an Amber Storm there, and there's the Warful line. So I wonder which...
There's no cards in either discard,
Correct.
so it's not going to do anything. There's one of those Skeletal Mermooks we were talking about.
With a discard pip.
Manji? I don't... How do you pronounce it?
I always say Tanjumanji. So
that is the ongoing debate of KeyForge is how do you pronounce Tanjumanji?
I feel like there's a lot of those in KeyForge. Look at any Equidon card, basically.
Most of them, I know I'm right, but that one. And so we did see the Amber Storm getting played there just for 1 Amber. So we'll see which card gets archived from the disappearances here. I was gonna say, I assume it's gonna be the Warful line. That is a very interesting card as well because you know you're playing against Geistoid, so you almost want to give them creatures that you want to get back later, because at some point Dead Sync wants to take his archives because his Geistoid is probably archiving a lot. So it's kind of a weird mind game with how you want to do that. See a redraw into some of that Geistoid that we were talking about that you don't want to see, so the BR Geist there and the Ecto Charge, so might just see some of that come down just for the Amber pips.
Yeah, I would assume with the amount of Geistoids in there, you're going to come out. So the Albia Stray, of course, not haunted, so it doesn't get to come out readied. Ecto Charge, as you said, just being used for the Amber Pip. BR Geist, a similar thing.
Gaining Amber is never bad, but see, we got the Shock Herder in there and Brobnar, so definitely wants to build up a little more of a Brobnar creature base before playing that. So a Berserker Slam, which should be able to deal with the Skeleton. If it's on the board, it might just get picked up by the curse. That curse is nasty and sealed.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going back into an Untamed,
and there goes the
Reclaimed by
curse.
Nature.
Very nice, and that's a 3-pip Reclaimed by Nature, 2 Amber and 1 discard.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. This is out of the game unless we have what's that Geistoid card? Poltergeistoids?
Yes.
I think could get it back.
Yes.
Both players have Geistoids, so a Reap with the Mermook there, and that's going to be it. So just taking a little bit, I guess there was a discard of the Tilda Earth too, so not like a super slow turn, but getting rid of that versus not bad.
So a big Mars hand here if he wants to go that route, which I would assume he probably would, but maybe he's trying to set up for a later turn because you can see him kind of hovering.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Berserker Slam, which takes out the Mermook, but the rest of it, you're not really doing much with that turn, right?
Yeah. And it was one of those, it's a situation of he's not at a threat for his first key, so the tax that the Mermook has is not a huge issue.
Well, and neither player's haunted yet either, so really is not
Yes.
a factor. Deciding if he wants to discard the Ductomatic there, scrap effect, and it looks like we are going to get that, so Albia is going to capture 2, being the weakest creature on their side, and is gonna play the
Memrex the red.
Memrox the red. Thanks. First, doesn't matter if he reaps her actions here. It's gonna be one way.
All right, so overall, a pretty decent turn.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not like crazy Mars stuff that we normally see, but it does show us a little bit what his deck might be doing. Memrox the red, especially if you've got Geistoid, you can set up those huge archives, and then we see the Mars first. So if you can kind of get those pieces and then drop Memrox for just a massive burst of Amber after like a Winds of Death or something.
Yeah, so we're getting a little bit of a view of the hands. It looks like Jalapenos is going to go into Unfathomable here.
I haven't seen too much of that yet, except for the discarded.
Here's the Echo Guardian.
Squall Master coming down. Oh, and there's a Bryo. Okay,
Bryo's Arc.
so there's probably why he's playing the Unfathomable. Bryo's Arc being just such a killer for some of these combo decks, especially in GR. Not a ton of creatures on the board, and you are going to be able to fight some of them with LB Stray, but that does shut down, like we're seeing in hand. The Berserker Slam, it does shut down the Scoop Up. Yeah. Dead Sync might be in a little bit of trouble there. Not going to be able to fight it off this turn. We're seeing it in hand.
Yeah, and he'll want to try to figure out a way if he can deal with it before Jalapenos can get haunted, because of course when haunted Echo Guardian then gets poisoned on top of it, it starts to become even harder to deal with.
He does have Geistoid, so there is a chance he still has things like Snippy or like the Reaper still coming, but he doesn't have them right now, so definitely have to kind of make the best use of this turn. Looks like he's going the Brobnar route. Get that Rickety Cyber Giant. Choosing just a Shock Herder that into the Echo Guardian. So only taking 2 damage there, 1 for ability on Cyber Giant. A lot about that Berserker Slam.
Yeah, I think it's very tough to decide. Do you try to throw it down knowing that you're not really going to be able to use it at the moment? You still get to get rid of a card because of Bryozark's ability. And I think that's what he ended up deciding to do. Not able to obviously target the 2 cards that you would really like to remove off the table, but...
Well, what's really tricky, though, is like how much Amber control you have. Because if you're actually like really relying on those Berserker Slams to kind of chip away at Amber throughout the game, sacrificing one there is actually a tough decision. Big question is, does Jalapeno have what we were talking about before, something like a Tendrils to bounce some of this Brobnar to really just reset Dead Sync back to not being able to deal with it? The Albus Stray is 6 power, so that could fight it now that it's not behind a taunt. But we'll see what Jalapenos can do to protect it. See too much in the hand there. I see Energy Vampirism, which with 2 Amber already on the Albus Stray could actually do some damage here.
And it looks like, at least on the right-hand side, if I'm seeing the Untamed there, there's a Regrowth.
Regrowth and then songs. I'm falling behind on my.
It's all right. A lot of people are the mindset is on Amber Skies preparing for the Open, so it's something we've been hearing a lot here on stream. A lot of players are having to reshape their focus and getting back to.
Which, when we get into Archon on Saturday, you can see anything, right? You're gonna see AOA decks. You're gonna see and Alliance too. You're gonna see stuff all over. So just gotta get back into that mindset.
All right, so he's throwing down the Boo here. And going to, of course, discard from himself, which would get him haunted, helping with the Murmook's ability. So there was an in here somewhere, a Junk Restoration put in there. So we're seeing, of course, a lot of those key, power cards, so to speak, for the Geistoid house.
Looks like we see a decent amount of Geistoid back in hand There's the
Oh,
Grim
and then the
Reaper,
Grim Reaper.
which should be able to cleanly take out. I mean, you can't kill both the Elbia Stray and the Cyber Giant, but you can take care of one of those threats to your Bryo. Energy Vampirism, gonna have the Elbia Stray capture an extra Amber from Dead Sync's side, and then he's got 3 damage he can place somewhere. Then Nick asking about the backdrop here, which is a wonderful white backdrop, which is very reminiscent of my own stream, which Nick relentlessly teased me about for months until we finally got some pictures. But you know what? It's very nice here, so don't worry about it. We got a great setup. This is actually way different than last year. It seems really easy.
Definitely big difference from last year.
Okay, so we did see Purge of the Elbia Stray. 3 damage went on Memrox the Red, but it looks like Jalapeno's trying to decide what he's purging from his own side. Unless we missed that.
No, he's still trying to decide, so he self-purges. That's what I kind of figured he was going to lean towards.
He is haunted now after the boost, so you know that Skeleton Murmuk is also relevant here.
Yes.
Decent burst of Amber there as well, going up to 9. See, just not a lot of options for Dead Sync in hand there. Gonna be able to kill the Cryo this turn for sure, but not stopping that key.
Still has a second Berserker Slam, so we'll be able to chip away a little bit of Amber, but as you said, not enough to actually get off of the first key.
We're gonna see, so we see the Cyber Giant fighting in there, gonna take an extra damage from its own effect, and then I see that next Berserker Slam come in. That should be able to get him to check as well this turn.
Oh, and it has a damage pip on top of it, so we'll be able to keep that in mind for a later turn as well. Oh,
2
two
damage
pips.
So that's actually huge. That can kill up to 6 power creatures and still get that effect. Very nice card to have with damage.
Alright, then you're gonna reap.
Just catching up on the chat here a little bit. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to say that name right. Furby? Furby?
Oh, Fail Furby.
Fail Furby. Sorry you haven't gotten to do too much Amber Skies. I am so excited for you all to be able to watch Amber Skies Sealed tomorrow. I think it's going to be a blast. There's so many wacky things you can do, so many crazy combos. It's been such a fun set, so very excited to play that and get to see that.
Alright, so looking at the hand for Jalapenos, looks like there's he's definitely going to go an Untamed, and there we go.
That is the one.
The Song of Life.
Is it?
I don't remember if it's the Song of Life, but it's
I think we're stuck on
the
song.
Blink
Maybe
of
it's not a
Life.
song. I am so sorry to everyone watching.
And there's the
This should
regrowth.
be,
Oh,
an
the
easy
regrowth
one.
also has a discard pip. So that's actually a really interesting combo potential there as well.
Oh yeah, so you can discard.
Discard
your own
and then
creature.
potentially choose that as if you want.
Jalapeno's also haunted, so the haunting witch coming down, getting Amber there. All right, we're gonna put this to rest. Where is it? The last card.
Right there.
Circle of Life.
Circle of Life.
Had
You said
life.
song and it popped in, and so you know.
Oh, come on, that's the Lion King. gotta know that one. Sing it next time. That way I'll remember.
There you go.
So we see the Hikaru Ice Fin getting discarded there, which should exhaust. Oh, it exhausted the feeding pit. That's right. Oh, so discarding the Immersioneer, which will reshuffle the bottom 3 cards of your discard into your deck.
Which I believe happened to be all Untamed.
Looked like it.
It did. I saw 2 Untamed at minimum.
Yeah. One of those being a Till the Earth, though, which at
Yes.
this point is kind of awkward, but
Yes.
let's see.
All right, so at check on second key now. Passed over to Dead Sink. Dead Sink is going to be able to forge that first key. Oh, actually no, because of the Murmook and he is haunted. It is not enough to forge the key yet. So actually a good call there. It looked like Dead Sink was thinking the same thing, and Jalapeno said, actually no, the Murmook is right here.
Yeah.
So. Oh, and I just saw a brief glimpse of the Winds of Death for Dead Sink there. The
See,
last card in his hand.
That's a new Murmook, right? That was what he got
It
with
was,
the regrowth. Okay,
correct.
that makes sense, because it was like, he Berserker slammed that last turn.
Yes.
He should be gone, but...
So he used the regrowth to get that back.
Okay, well, one of those is not long for this world with that scoop up there. But it doesn't look like... Looks like a pretty awkward hand again for Dead Sink. Lots of 2/2/2 hands here, but there's going to be a scoop up. He's going to put more cards in the archive, which actually makes that Memrox the red start getting a lot scarier.
Alright, so there seems to be a discussion here, trying to figure out exactly what Dead Sink is wanting to do.
Just deciding which of those. So that does mean that the keys are going to stay at that 8 cost, but does turn off a lot of the Amber generation from that Haunting Witch being down, which is a tough call. I like it. It's probably like, yeah.
Yeah, it's the one of do I go after the Murmuric, which normally seems like the correct answer because it is taxing my keys and I couldn't forge because of it, or as you said, the Haunting Witch stays there and every creature placed is more Amber going onto the side of Jalapeno. So when you play cards and you get Amber just for playing cards, that's a really strong move.
It's a lot of momentum, especially when we just saw some untamed stuff get shuffled back in, so they could just be going untamed and being able to reap with the Witch as well. So, does get to 10 Amber here, so is in check. Dead Sink is in check here, even with the Murmook down. Depending on how many cards Jalapenos plays, looks like there's only 3 cards or so left in that draw pile, so gotta be careful not to make himself flip the deck if he wants to keep that tax on with the Murmook. All those kind of things you gotta think about with Haunted, which, again, people like me, not as used to playing with because we've been playing with Amber Skies. We're thinking about key cost, not about Haunted. Or key colors.
Yeah, we actually saw that in a match earlier. You saw a player go to flip the keys, and they actually looked at them for a second, and then went, wait a minute, and just flipped the leftmost one.
Ooh. Okay, so Jalapeno's getting the key and then playing a Amber Pipped Winds of Death, archiving a bunch of that Unfathomable, including the Bryozoark, and some taunters there for it. So,
And that now basically turns off Dead Sink's own Winds of Death, which is sitting in his hand. Almost makes it pointless because now he's not going to be able to use it, and it's just a card that's kind of sitting in his hand, cluttering it up.
And Dead Sink only getting to archive 1 card there, looked like, just the Abductomatic, which is impressive to only have 1 creature in your discard at this point in the game. Jalapeno's just doing the ordering of the discard there. Since he is the active player, he gets to do that when there's a board wipe like that. And it matters because things like Geistoid have not met, but you're going to pull the top card of your discard from archives. So,
Yeah.
some boilers coming down just to really make sure you can't keep any creatures on the board. Does kill the Murmook though, so Dead Sink getting to forge for 6 there.
Yeah, and actually I wanted to slightly correct myself because now with the amount of dead creatures that Dead Sink had that it went into discard pile, now he could still use his own Winds of Death if he really wanted to put them back in and get those creatures off the field. But it's of course always a gamble. There's definitely a push and pull on all of these choices.
Is one of them though is the Rock Hurling Giant. So if you know Bryozoark is coming back down next turn, Rock Hurling Giant can kill Bryozoark just by discarding some of the Brobnar cards. So it really gets around that effect. It might not be a great turn outside of that, but it is an option. We do see though the in here somewhere as well, so could just get a few key cards for dealing with that instead of doing the wins yet and maybe just holding the wins. Is he haunted? Hardly looks like 10 cards.
It looked like he might have just had enough before this happened.
Take a look at that Winds of Death, deciding whether it's worth playing here, because Those boilers too, as soon as they get blown up, they're gonna kill anything on your side of the board. Pretty nasty destroyed effect on those.
I would love to see archives, but no, actually, I know what those are too, technically, but
Archives there, of course, was the Argeist and Ecto Charge, I think.
I believe so, yes.
My brain, I think it's midnight or.
oh yeah, the change for you is nuts. I'm gonna ponder this for a second. I apologize. That's fine.
And it's just so interesting too. So Winds of Death is a common. So there's a good chance he has a second one, but the way he's looking at it makes you think it's his only board clear.
Yes.
Really have to be careful when you play that if... Yeah, I mean, the other hard part is you know Bryozoark might be coming down next turn, so it just does nothing once Bryozoark is down.
Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna play Winds of Death.
He's going for it. Alright, so we're going to get some more archives happening.
So now Jalapenos gets to archive the Murmook. And of course, all those creatures that were just on the battle line last turn are now going into the archives. So they just had a little bit of a detoured route to head to their final destination.
Yeah, and a note there by a grand student about discarding the winds before you play the In Here Somewhere and then archiving the winds. I don't know if you discard it or if you actually just play it. I think, again, the Bryo, knowing the Bryo coming just makes it so difficult because the winds just doesn't do anything once the Bryozoark is down. It kills one creature and that's it. So getting your cards archived here is probably still worth play. But yes, having it back in archives wouldn't be the worst.
So it looks like the Dead Sync's just trying to figure out how he wants to finish out his turn. He's currently 1 amber off of key.
Yeah.
Jalapeno not threatening that third key just yet, but we have seen already a number of burst opportunities from him. And he obviously was able to archive so many creatures from the previous Winds of Death, including, as you said, the Bryozoark. So we'll see if he picks it up. He's currently seeming to do it, and there he goes. He adds it to his hand.
We also know the Haunting Witch got put back in there, so he could just go for a bunch of amber here and just not even worry about playing the Unfathomable yet. Doesn't look like he has much else as far as Unfathomable besides all the creatures, so might not get to check this turn, but I mean it's going to be a pretty nasty turn.
Definitely going to make it very hard to deal with.
And a Thought Swim, just to make it a little bit tougher. So that one, while you're haunted, it can't take damage. It can still be destroyed, and you have to stay haunted for it, which now that he has a 30-card hand, or not quite 30, but now that he has a really big hand, he's not going to be drawing anymore, so he's going to stay haunted for quite a while. And if Dead Sync can't deal with his board, he might not play any more cards. He might just keep reaping with his board until Dead Sync can answer it.
Yeah, the Echo Garden coming in out, and again, because he's haunted now, that poison is in effect,
Yeah.
making it much more difficult to even deal with the taunt.
Tangy Mangy come down on the... Oh,
Two of them. We call that a twofer.
Just in case Dead Sync thought he would be forging soon. Gonna get the keys up at 12 now, since he's haunted. Well, Tangy Mangy is when your opponent is haunted, right? I believe.
We can double check that here.
Which Dead Sync is also haunted right now, so that would be in effect. And we do see this is one of those plays that people are just learning to do more, playing against Geistoid. You put one creature on the other side of Bryozoark just in case they have something like Snippy. Because Snippy, you just discard Snippy and it destroys the Bryozoark just like that. But putting that Raider, it's not Raider, that's the token. Said it here.
So
Third
that's...
Tangy Mangy.
Wow. So yeah, it is while your opponent is haunted, their keys cost +3.
Yeah.
So
And that one is the...
So the Squall Master is the other one.
Put the second one on the other side there too, the Germinator, Creepy Germinator. Just gonna flip a card onto the bottom of the deck. We'll see which one he grabs here. Lots of good options in there. I don't remember if we saw an extra charge on his side. Looks like it's going to be that Wind of Death with the Amber Pip on it. Just in case Dead Sync comes up with an answer for this board, to be able to answer right back.
Yeah, it's that is quite a nasty board to see on the other side.
It's awful. It's terrifying. Keys are costing 15 for Dead Sync right now.
And as you said, Winds of Death doesn't get you out of here because of Briar's Arc ability, so...
We do see a Poltergeistoids, so... Let's see, there was, I guess, the artifact that was purged could come back. Curse of Disappearances. I'm going to discard here. I don't remember if he had a BR Geist, but again, it's not going to really do anything with the Bryozoark down. So.
Yeah.
You don't know which one he gets back, or
I know. Well,
the discard pile is like part of the end of the player. So.
right. I think I'm going to call Geistoid.
You're right, Nick. It could not be played. There's a lot of... It's a rough turn. It's going to be a rough turn for Dead Sync here. Looks like he's going back into Geistoid. Reaping with...
Oh, he has a Cursed Tomb there as well, but again, similarly, don't think it helps too much in this situation because he doesn't really have a lot to destroy creatures off the field. So sounds like he's talking it through. He's kind of thinking the same thing. He's going to throw it down, so it's going to just go ahead and destroy the Illusioneer there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, right. Yeah, I totally forgot about Bryo. That's fine. Yeah, well, I think I'm stuck now. There's nothing I could have done about that, right?
Fortunate because that could at least slowly chip away at some of these creatures.
Okay, I will.
A lot about that Cursed Tomb.
That's when.
Urging some of these Tangimangis wouldn't be the worst idea here, but
Well, now I know I've
I don't really want to give him Amber back off of the Dark Lamp either.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely having to think about this long and hard.
I mean, the Amber is tempting, but you need to get another 9 Amber to be in check against this board, so that one Amber really going to be as helpful as potentially getting your own creatures purged when you try and play them down to fight this stuff. He's discarding it. Okay. Reaping. Going to 6. Again, no check because of the Tangimangis.
Yeah, that's definitely a tough decision. Because normally, yes, you want to play it for the Amber Pit, but in the current situation with that effects, it's going to be the tough aspect of how much are you willing to deal with the purging of cards without any capture.
But, I don't know. This is a really tough call. There's an argument to have just fought with both of your creatures there into the Tangimangis just to try and reduce some of the total creature count.
Yeah.
And in that case, maybe you do just play it to get rid of the Tangimangis forever, but we'll see. We do see a fast call back into Unfathomable for Jalapenos. A Reap.
Yeah, and it is looking pretty rough here with all of the ability to reap, and we don't see a whole lot of Amber control in the hand. So
see a Boo getting put on the bottom from the Germinator. It's gonna reap, so that'll be a random discard for both players. Squallmaster. Yeah, we can see Jalapeno's still on a bigger than 6 card hand just from pulling archives from the Winds of Death.
Mm-hmm. And the Soul Bomb is the one being discarded on the side of Dead Sync, and the War for Line over on Jalapenos.
Soul Bomb, definitely a card that Dead Sync wishes he would have been able to find earlier. It doesn't kill the Bryo, but it does take care of a lot of the rest of this board. And checking the archives there as well, just to see if there's anything to do. see a whole lot of options here against 10 Amber.
Yeah. Dead Sync's really having to think this through.
Do your due diligence, but it's looking pretty grim.
It definitely is. Especially, again, I know we've commented on it a few times now, but with the Bryozark, because any of these action cards just become, pointless. They're not ways for you to deal with the amber and removing any of it. So you're kind of... I'm not quite seeing a way for him to pull it out here.
Yeah. Especially with the Thought Swim, too. So you do see some Brobnar actions in there, which could at least give him a chance to draw into some other stuff. So something like Recklessness can let you draw more. And he has like we said, the Rock Hurling Giant, but the Bryozoar getting the Thought Swim on it is just killer. So now you can't even damage it with the Rock Hurling Giant to try and get it off the board. So, yeah, just a really, really nasty setup from Jalapeno's deck there. Being able to archive all of that and then just lock your opponent out. That's taking the archives. What house is called yet, but it's Rock Hurling Giant.
All right. He's hovering. Okay. Finally puts it down.
There's always a good argument to fight. But it's the same thing, the Thought Swim on the Bryo just changes your options from like a few things to there's like 2 cards in the game that can remove the Bryo from the situation from hand. And not seeing those cards. Grim Reaper would have been pretty nice here, but
Yeah. Now it looks like he might be just throwing down some cards just to generate some amber, get some of the Tangy Mangies off.
I discarded Recklessness to discard Brobnar card from deal 4 damage.
choosing to run it, you could just get the amber from it if he just plays it. That's the same effect from Bryo.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. For the next time. Thank you, yeah, no. I'm just kind of having... No, that's fine. Sure, we'll do Sound the Horns, we'll do that.
You get Amber, killing Angie. See, he's gonna get really close.
We'll do that to deal 4 damage there.
Cyber Giant taken out the last Angie. Shock Herder will let you kill. Oh no, it doesn't even kill the Echo Guardian because it is, like you said, at +2 power and poison rate.
Yeah.
Armor. I don't think I can even kill the Bryo.
Damage to it by discarding the Shock Herder.
Yeah. No. I'm going to go ahead and say...
It's a piece that can concussive transfer, but
And-
there's the handshake.
And there's the handshake. That is going to be game. It's definitely the Winds of Death turn that allowed him, Jalapenos, to have all his Unfathomable and then immediately spread them out right around his Bryozark. Just became such an insurmountable hill to climb for Dead Sync.
Yeah, and we see there, he just showed off that he also has a Calp. So, if you know the deck Bandola, which has won several Fall Tours, it has a very, very similar Unfathomable pod where it has Calp and Bryozoark. So Calp limits you to only playing 1 card of each type each turn. Bryo is going to turn off all of those action cards, so you didn't get to do that in this one, but that is a nasty, nasty Unfathomable pod from Jalapenos, just locking the game down. getting him the win.
Yeah, so of course, Jalapenos, that means he is moving on here in the LCQ, continuing on for the day, getting in round 5. Dead Sync, unfortunately, his day on the LCQ is going to end here at this tournament, but obviously still a great showing, ending at the 3-2. Pretty good overall. And of course, Dead Sync helps out with a lot of different content creators across the system. So, shout outs to him. And he's also helping organize a community event across the weekend.
Yeah, Dead Sync from, I think the main thing he does is help with the Bad Penny Press newsletter, which if you don't get that, it's a fantastic just rundown of organized play that's going on, new stuff, rules, questions. It's awesome. But also, a huge champion of all of us other content creators and stuff. He did a lot of work for us coming into this. Awesome guy. So
yeah, and you probably know him as a Reddit mod as well. That's a predominant thing where you see him. So definitely members of the community are used to seeing Dead Sync. So again, big shout outs to Dead Sync for being here for the weekend and again putting on a great showing. But congratulations to again Jalapenos for taking the victory there. So with that being said, we're going to take a small break so that we can get some water, stretch our legs, and get ready for the next round of the LCQ. So you guys should do the same. Go get some water, get moving around, and we'll be right back here with some more KeyForge action from KeyForge Celebration 2024 in Roseville, Minnesota. Don't go too far. Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream. We are here for KeyForge Celebration 2024. So with that, basically everything being said, we basically have reached the final of the LCQ. We are currently doing the calculations and tabulating to try to figure out what players are going to get a chance to select the World Championship slot that they would like to play in. So give us some time as we try to get those things figured out. And of course, I will come back when the announcements have been done so I can announce who are some of those other players that are getting in for the last chance qualifier. So we do bear or ask for your patience as we try to get all of this qualified and get the things settled inside the room. And until the meantime, I hope you guys are staying hydrated and staying ready for some more things from across the weekend. I did notice a little bit earlier someone asking if the keynote was going to be streamed. Unfortunately, due to the limitations that we have here at the venue, we are unable to stream the keynotes, but just like in past years, we are recording it and we'll be uploading it later to our YouTube channel. So while you won't get to see it live, we are still trying to make sure that you will get to see the keynote at home in all the glory that it is able to unfold for you guys. So as I said, if you want to stick around for finding out who was able to get in for the last chance qualifier, I do ask for your small patience as we get that all settled away. So I will be right back with some more KeyForge news, I should say, at this point of KeyForge Celebration 2024 in a little bit. So be right back. All right, everyone. Sorry about that. There was a lot of things that we were needing to take care of as we were getting ready for the keynote speak, and unable to come out here and close out the show, or the stream, I should say, in the meantime. So, as I said, I wanted to come back in and let you guys know who did qualify and for what tournaments here for the upcoming events for the World Championships. So here is the list of players that have made it into the World Championship through the Last Chance Qualifier. Remember, we have 3 different tournaments, so there's going to be a number of players, but each getting to select one tournament they wanted to join if they had not already qualified before. So we had Donkey Forge, it was choosing to go into the Alliance format. Kokujin 87 choosing Archon. Logan's going to Sealed. Thytium going into Archon, Sunday going into Archon, Easy Galena going into Sealed, Anxious Pirate going into Archon, Liquid Squash going into Sealed, Magic Duck going into Archon, Bamboo 29 going into Archon, Jalapeno, which we did see on stream, of course, getting in Sealed, Phosmonaut going into Sealed, Philo the Meeple, as we did see also on stream, going into Sealed. Ned Mike going into Archon. This going into Sealed. John Cosera going into Alliance. Math and Love going into Alliance. Mirtani going into Alliance. Kamira going into Alliance. JT Russell going into Alliance. Dragon Master 101 going into Alliance. Doug Ader going into Alliance. And Dome Boot Camp going into Alliance as well. So that is the players that have made it into the World Championship through the Last Chance Qualifier. So I want to thank you all that did stick around waiting for this announcement, because again, I do apologize while trying to handle other situations and duties here at the event. Unfortunately, was not able to come out here and get this read out to you guys beforehand. But that has been a lot of KeyForge action here. We thank you so much for being here all day. We're going to be back tomorrow for some more KeyForge action, so I hope that you guys are excited and ready for all that KeyForge Celebration has to bring to you guys. So for the last time here on the stream today, I'm going to sign it off to you guys. I've been Jeremy Culver, Marketing Coordinator for Ghost Galaxy. Thank you so much for being here. We hope to see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. for some more KeyForge action. So until then, enjoy yourselves.